All right, welcome everyone to the 5 o'clock meeting. Is my mic on? Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. So welcome. Um, Let me find my script really fast. So sorry. I would like to go ahead and do a roll call so we can call the meeting to order. Oh, did you leave? Oh, where'd you go? We're actually going to wait for a couple minutes for the city attorney to come back. Sorry.
There he is.
Oh, okay. Okay, now that the city attorney has returned, thank you for being here, sir. We'll go ahead and start the meeting with a roll call.
Certainly. Mayor Betancourt,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Alarcon,
Present.
Council Members Bishop,
Here.
Loa,
Here.
Olson,
Here.
Commissioners Fragassons,
Here.
Betts. Here. We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Frogensauce, would you be so kind as to lead us into the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure.
And then a moment of silence also.
Okay.
Thank you. If everyone would please rise, put your right hand over your heart.
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. To start this meeting, we're going to actually have some presentations. So we're going to start with item number 4.1. This is a presentation by the Los Angeles Internal Services Department and the Southern California Regional Energy Network, SoCalREN, of an award to the City of Palmdale for extraordinary emission reduction for the highest energy savings achieved by a public agency. So who's going to be doing this presentation? Yes, are you coming up? Oh, sorry. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, for letting us speak before the council. My name is Fernanda Craig. I work for the County of Los Angeles as a program manager, and I oversee several sustainability programs. But here I'm representing SoCalREN specifically, where I oversee public sector programs of energy efficiency throughout the Southern California. And our territory is pretty large. It's like 13 counties, and it covers around over 700 public agencies. Currently, we're serving 215 agencies, and we chose Palmdale to present this award, which I will speak a little bit more about, among those 250 agencies. So we have been working with you guys since the very beginning of SoCalREN. SoCalREN has 10 years of history, and we've been working with Palmdale on energy efficiency programs since the very beginning. So 10 years from now, in 2013. Palmdale has been showing great leadership and commitment to sustainability, and we are really proud to work with your team. And you have already achieved around $1.4 million in annual savings from energy efficiency, and that's equivalent to 7.5 gigawatt hours in annual savings. And that is just to give an idea for non-energy experts.
If you want to hold on for just a minute until they
I'm
close
sorry.
the doors.
Just to give you a better idea for non-energy experts, it's equivalent to the energy consumption of 670 houses in a whole year. So it's an amazing achievement. That is a 30% overall saving of all your entire energy. Throughout this 10 years, you've committed to energy efficiency, and you've saved 30% in savings. So that is definitely something to be recognized, And so we're here. I'm here with Amanda Hassam. She is the direct program project manager that works directly with you guys. And we're presenting the extraordinary energy. I don't want to get this wrong. Extraordinary Emission Reduction Award for the City of Palmdale. Out of all the agencies throughout 13 counties and territories, Palmdale has saved more energy than any other.
Great.
And we really look forward to continue working with you and your city and improving. We know you've received 3 Beacon Awards, and so we would like to just add another award to your collection.
Great. Can you bring it up? And I'm going to turn it around. Now, this is actually a picture of the city of Palmdale. So.
Yes,
right?
this
Am I
was
correct? It
a
looks
local
familiar.
artist that made. This was a local artist that made this specifically for the city. Yes, it made it specifically for the city. It's a personalized art.
It's
you know, I'm glad you like it. Just for you guys.
Thank you so much. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you so much. Yes. Yeah, I'll come on down. Do you guys want to come down too?
No.
Let's get a group photo.
Come on up.
I don't know if I'm that graceful to climb over that, so I'm just going to go around. Okay, we're going to stand with you. Thank you so much. I know that we should have some door control. Rhonda, can we get some door control where both of them are open at the same time? And Sky, did you want to do the proclamation? Just talk about it, or you want to talk about it?
Let's get the proclamation for this month.
Before your presentation?
I can barely hear you.
It's getting difficult to hear everything over the music.
Good evening. My name is Sky Chung, and I'm the chair of the Human Rights Advisory Committee. And I just want to proclaim that this month is Human Rights Awareness Month. Thank you.
Thank you. And don't you have a presentation for us too today? Thank you so much. Could you make sure you introduce yourself so everyone knows who you are and what
moment,
committee you're
please.
with? So we are on item number 4.2. And I'm a little bit louder, so what we
This
just
year, the
did-
Human Rights Committee has really grown by leaps and bounds. It's grown tremendously since its inception. This is my second term serving on the committee. I've been there since its incorporation and before. And this year, some of the major items we've worked on are the human rights campaigns, MEI score. This year, the city has a score of 83. We're trying to work for a score of 100%. Eventually, we'll get there. Our score has greatly increased since before the inception of the Human Rights Committee. And for those of you that don't know what the Municipal Quality Index score is, the Human Rights Campaign ranks cities on their LGBTQ IA plus friendliness through laws, ordinances, services offered, leadership, and so forth. Then this year, we've also had presentations by SAVE, where we went over the overview of what SAVES has to offer. And we also learned about volunteer retention and how they always need more volunteers. And we encourage the community to get out there and volunteer. We also had a crash course on what it is to represent human rights. And then this past meeting, we had a presentation by Shannon O'Hara and Pueblo Waisalu on the alcohol sales within the city. And though some of the data, in my opinion, is flawed, it still was a great presentation. And out of that came some recommendations for council, which we'll get to later. The Human Rights Advisory Committee membership attended a total of 19 plus community events within the city of Palmdale and the greater Antelope Valley this year. Some of the highlights are the Pride Walk. We had the Justice Sunday, which was a great presentation. The Juneteenth, the Cesar Chavez Day, and quite a few others, including the first Empty Bowls gala for SAVES, which is a major part of the city. When it came to LGBTQ issues, there is a need for safe and inclusive spaces, especially for LGBTQ youth and young adults, and that was discussed at one of our meetings. We also talked about and helped plan the third annual Pride Walk, and we have discussed other services that are currently offered, including Tarzana's You Are Not Alone, the Outreach Center of the Antelope Valley, Penny Lane's Yellow Submarine Program for transitional age youth. And then we went and also discussed this year quite a bit on the unhoused population of the Antelope Valley, especially here in Palmdale. And we heard on the current homeless census numbers and data. We have found that there's a number of nonprofits in the community that are helping to serve the homeless. And some of the key ones that were discussed were Project Home Key at the old Knights Motel. And there is still a great need for more beds here in Palmdale and in the Antelope Valley. We can never have enough beds. And we actually need more shelters also. As for recommendations, as chair, I was honored to sit and critique the Los Angeles County Human Rights Committee's strategic plan for the next 3 to 4 years. And at our last meeting, we discussed the recommendation that the council should take up at least hearing Pueblo Waisalu and Dr. Shannon O'Hara's presentation, even though the data may not be up to par for the council. And if nothing else, there's a great need that was discussed of working with making sure that the CUP, which is continual use permits for alcohol and tobacco sales, especially in sensitive areas within the city, near schools, churches, within the walking distance, really be looked at and enforced. As one of the members stated, she works with the schools and currently sees on a regular basis students walking to school and walking home from school and on campus vaping and using other illegal substances, especially for minors, and that the committee decided that we should advise the city that we'd like to see greater enforcement from code enforcement when it comes to making sure minors aren't getting alcohol and tobacco through shoulder taps, through people standing outside the liquor store asking for adults to buy them beer and cigarettes and whatever else, and also paraphernalia. Because if we can stop them, even if it's just getting a lighter, that's one big step at making sure they're not taking up bad habits and getting into trouble, especially at a young age. My personal recommendations as the chair and also as my own self, in the next year, I'd like to see the committee work towards really working with the disabled community, both the physically and developmentally handicapped, and really making sure we're doing all that we can to make the city inclusive and welcoming and user-friendly for this group. For examples, I've noticed personally at Kaleidoscope Festival that while it's great for people who can walk on the grass whatsoever, if you're in a walker, a wheelchair, or have other mobility issues, it can be quite a struggle. And we could look at actually making temporary walkways that are more accessible for wheelchairs and so forth. If not, finding a better venue to house these events that make them more inclusive. Because we're really doing a disservice to these groups when we don't make the city more inclusive. I also want to work towards making sure we're continuing to address the unhoused populations and working towards broadening the city's cultural outreach with all the different segments, the Hispanic community, the African American community, the LGBTQ community, the disabled community, and so on. As I see great things happening, especially in the years to come, and we can only get much better from there. With that, I'll open up to any questions that any of the council members or you may have, Madam Mayor.
I just want to say thank you for such a nice presentation. It's nice to hear what you guys have done over the year. Thank you so much for all that you do and what your committee do. So
Thank you so much.
I'll go ahead and Austin, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I want to thank you for your time over the last couple of years you put into the city and making sure that we're an inclusive city and you're making sure everyone's got a fair shake, everyone's heard. It's really important. You're a wonderful person. I really appreciate the work that you do. I'll keep it short since this is just a proclamation and in the interest of time, I'm moving the meeting forward.
Okay,
So
great.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Eric, any questions or comments?
I'm good, thank you, Scott.
All right. Mr. Loa?
Well, I want to echo the same things that are being said here about you,
You're very welcome, and thank you.
your leadership, and staying steadfast in your mission and your cause, and working together with the entire community, working with the council, and so on to accomplish the things that you're doing. So, Palmdale is an inclusive city. It is a city that is one of the most diverse cities in Los Angeles County, if not across the United States, because we have populations from all different groups. And we work hard to try to accomplish the kinds of things that you have as a mission. So thank you.
And Palmdale's doing a wonderful job. There's only room to grow from where we are now. And hopefully we can keep growing and striving for bigger and better and go from there. The sky's the limit.
Yeah, yeah.
There you
Andrea?
And also I want to say Merry Christmas happy Hanukkah, happy holidays, happy Kwanzaa, and thank you. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your meeting.
I think she's going to have a couple questions.
Just real quickly, Madam Chair, I just want to say thank you as well. I've seen your incredible work in action. I had the honor of participating in your Pride Walk and in Justice Sunday. I've seen your work in action. You really are making a difference in our community, and I just thank you for your leadership.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Happy holidays. Okay, we're moving on to item number 4.3, presentation of the film Palmdale Strategic Plan. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Megan Taggart. I'm the Deputy Director for Economic and Community Development. It is with great pleasure that we're before you this evening to provide a presentation on the film Palmdale Strategic Plan. With your support and specifically the advocacy of Councilman Bishop, we've been working diligently to create this 10-year plan that's intended to grow the city as a filmmaking destination. As you'll hear from Micah in just a few moments, the plan lays the foundation to build upon assets that we already have created, such as the film stage, through the establishment of key partnerships, creation of incentives, streamlining permitting processes and procedures, and involving the community. Implementation of the plan will ensure that Palmdale is attractive and easy and will set the stage for the city's future in the film industry. With that, I'd like to hand this over to Micah Schuler with our Economic and Development Division.
All right, thank you, Megan. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. I am excited to take you on a journey through a reel of possibilities as we embark on the film Palmdale Strategic Plan. Let's explore the magic that unfolds when creativity meets strategy, all with the final scene being Palmdale growing into a premier filming destination. So let the show begin. So picture a cinematic adventure spanning a decade, filled with 6 compelling goals designed to propel Palmdale into the spotlight. These goals are made up of strategies and implementation actions. The implementation actions are assigned short-term, 1 to 5 years, and long-term, 6 to 10-year timelines. These were carefully crafted and considered based on logical execution of the plan and to ensure we achieve our objective of creating a film ecosystem. So why implement a strategic plan now? Well, first, all of you, City Council, has decisively identified this as a priority. Palmdale is the nearest desert city to Hollywood and has always been a magnet for filmmakers. Even when productions venture beyond our city limits, they often choose Palmdale as their base, injecting revenue into our local hotels, restaurants, and stores. Recent shifts in the dynamics of the film industry have presented us with an unprecedented opportunity. This makes now the opportune moment to set our strategic plan in motion. In 2015, film unions expanded Hollywood's 30-mile studio zone, the TMZ zone, incorporating most of Palmdale with this new secondary zone. This expansion renders filming more cost-effective and appealing for productions. Simultaneously, the state has strengthened its film and television tax credit program, allocating a substantial $330 million annually to incentivize in-state productions. However, the surge in demand has created a bottleneck in existing studio space. With the majority of spaces in Los Angeles and Hollywood already occupied, the need for additional studio space and film production hubs is soaring. In Palmdale and surrounding areas, we have a variety of film locations that have been frequently used or are primed to be marketed for use by the film industry. Due to existing inventory, the desire to expand, and a large population of residents already working in the film industry, we are ripe for development of a film ecosystem which would provide more career opportunities closer to home. The history of filming in Palmdale goes back to the silent film era. We have a rich history of filming, and we are poised to take advantage of the continued growth. In fiscal year 21-22, Palmdale hosted 184.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. Can we keep the door closed during this, please? Thank you. That's all. I
Let's
just want
be
to be able to hear.
respectful to our speaker, please. Please carry on. Thank you.
Thank you. In fiscal year 21-22, Palmdale hosted 184 permitted film days, which led to more than 3,000 hotel room stays. A few of the key steps the city has already taken to make the film industry a focal point of the economic development include retaining a local film liaison to enhance existing partnerships with Film LA, the AV Film Office for location and permitting services. There was the establishment of a separate Film Palmdale website, incentives such as partnering with local hotels to discount film cruise stays, and with the implementation of Palmdale 2045 general plan and zoning ordinance updates, changes were made to allow for long-term industry growth in the city. The city also opened the Palmdale Film Stage this past year, which is a 6,000 square foot studio space with a 2,500 square foot cyclorama green screen. Film Palmdale will reach its 6 goals by pursuing specific strategies for each. Each strategy has a series of associated implementation actions that provide a practical timeline for short-term and long-term steps that will transform Palmdale's role in filmmaking. The first goal is to market Film Palmdale. This involves a diverse approach to elevate the Film Palmdale brand. This includes creating engaging and visually exciting content for the website, enhancing the city's online presence, strengthening the Film Palmdale brand on social media platforms, and the introduction of a Film Palmdale newsletter to serve as a channel for updates and information. Lastly, the strategic development of partnerships is key for expanding the reach of Film Palmdale within the community and beyond. Goal 2 is to make filming in Palmdale attractive and easy. It focuses on simplifying and enhancing the filming process within the city. This objective includes streamlining permits, maintaining an accessible website with updated information, and creating a creative handbook for filmmakers. This goal aims to address practical challenges by identifying cost-effective, turnkey locations and partnering with key organizations to ensure accurate and readily available information for filmmakers. In addition, evaluating staff needs in order to accomplish these goals and ensure we are appealing and film-friendly destination. Goal 3, involve the community. This centers on fostering a strong connection between Palmdale and its residents in the realm of film. Excuse me. This goal involves celebrating film culture by hosting community movie nights and encouraging the local community's use of the Palmdale Film Stage, establishing a network of local and regional partners to build collaborative relationships that enhance community engagement. The goal also includes creating career development opportunities by connecting with local stakeholders, such as high school and colleges, to promote and discuss available funds in the California Film and TV Tax Credit Program. Goal 4 is to develop assets and infrastructure. This involves advancing the development of sound stages and studios, optimizing existing film assets, and identifying opportunities to expand the city's filming inventory. Additional efforts including educating property owners about film-related opportunities by hosting periodic training sessions for local property owners and businesses. Furthermore, the goal seeks to initiate dialogue with neighboring entities such as the City of Lancaster and the County of Los Angeles to explore potential partnerships dedicated to developing the film economy in the Antelope Valley. Goal 5 is building industry networks, and this aims to enhance Palmdale's standing in the film industry. Efforts include hosting regular familiarity tours or FAM tours to showcase potential filming sites, attending key industry events and conferences. In addition, plans to launch a film festival collaborating with Visit Palmdale and other groups to showcase professional, college, and high school filmmakers. This multifaceted approach aims to solidify Palmdale's position as a key player in the film industry. And lastly, Goal 6 is to track progress. This will establish a comprehensive system to monitor the growth of Palmdale's film industry. This involves standardizing metrics for measuring film activity, and for measuring involves standardized metrics for measuring film activity and creating a calculation method to routinely assess the economic impact, and incorporating this information into tracking reports to showcase film activity and the city's progress in implementing the strategic plan. So in closing, I want to express our excitement about embarking on the journey and implementing year 1 of this plan, a crucial step towards crafting a comprehensive film ecosystem for Palmdale. I extend a sincere appreciation to the council for your vision and for your support throughout this process. Your commitment propels us forward in transforming Palmdale into a thriving hub for the film industry. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to address any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. That was very informative. And I'd like to give credit where credit is due. Mr. Bishop was the lead in this, in bringing this to Palmdale. For those of you that don't know, he was in the entertainment industry in his own capacity, and maybe Austin, you can just tell them a little bit about your background.
Yeah, having worked in the industry, I was actually a blue-collar worker in the motion picture industry, a union member that worked on TV shows. Like the last show I worked on was How I Met Your Mother. But anyway, I was able to learn how the industry works and kind of the format of it and how locations are critical to the industry, how limited stage space is, and learning about the 60-mile zone and how we fall into that kind of makes us a natural fit. I could go on for hours about how this industry is going to transform Palmdale when it comes here. I wouldn't say millions, I'd say hundreds of millions of dollars impact when the full effect comes here and the strikes are over and everyone gets back to work. Hopefully early next year, we'll see a huge impact from this, and it will provide jobs and keep cars off the freeway. A lot of people that live up here work in the entertainment industry, and they have to hit the freeway around 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning, and so all the way around it's going to have a positive impact for Palmdale, and I'm looking forward to it. So I want to thank staff for taking the time for putting this very thorough presentation together, and I'm looking forward to what the future holds because it looks bright.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Lowe, any comments?
Well, thank you very much for the presentation, very well put together. Thank you. Something I forget to do. But when I watch television shows and movies, I'm looking for Joshua trees
right?
and, and landmarks, right? There's certain places, I mean, even Schwarzenegger movies have come here, and there's been sites that have been shown, like in the Terminator series.
Yes.
But I think that what you're doing and what your staff is doing is going to bring a lot more of that here, and it's welcome. It's going to be a great boon to our economy, and thank you again.
Dre, any quick comments?
Yes, so first, thank you. This is to the entire team that put this together. This has moved forward with light speed. I mean, for you guys to be able to put together the strategic plan over the course of this last year is remarkable. So kudos to you guys and to Councilmember Bishop for bringing this entire initiative forward. It will absolutely bring much needed jobs to our community. I do have a couple questions as they relate to goals 2 and 3.
Okay.
Can you just so I guess I'm curious about the permitting process. You noted that we want to streamline it and be as expeditious as possible in processing our film permits. The reason why I ask is in a former role, I oversaw all permitting for Los Angeles for the film industry.
Yeah.
And I implemented what I called paperless permitting in real time so that we don't have to shuffle papers and have them go through the million processes and that take time.
Yes.
So it's a green process. In the entertainment industry, time is money. And we were able to guarantee a 24-hour turnaround time so that they could plan their shoots and whatnot.
Right.
I'm just curious, and I know that and I did that through working with Film LA.
Okay.
And I'm just curious because it noted that you guys are working with Film LA,
Yes.
but it also said that you're using Film LA forms. So I just wanted some clarity. Are we utilizing the paperless permitting process, or are we still sort of
Yes.
using the traditional paper permitting process?
So since we do all our permitting for through Film LA, we do the paperless. They handle all that online. The only time paper, and it's still somewhat paperless, would come into play is if they're actually renting or they're filming at a city facility. Then we have, our rental agreement that Bill has helped us streamline as well. So it's kind of like a template form, and it's quick and it's easy, and we can get it done because yes, in most cases we have found, they may come up here 2 or 3 weeks in advance and look at something, but then they tell you 3 days before, oh, we want it on Thursday, and you got to move, right? So yes, we try to, we're as paperless as possible, and the majority of time we aren't pushing papers around.
Wonderful. And so the turnaround time is quick.
It's very quick. Yes,
Great.
that is our goal.
Good to
and,
hear.
And also, even when they're filming not within city limits, like say if they're filming out like at 90th Street East and between M and I think Anderson, that's a really popular location. Our public works team that I work with, Jason Finch, he is great about approving getting those temporary or full road closure engineer plans approved immediately. He does it all electronically.
That's excellent. You mentioned the use of our municipal facilities for the council to consider and for the team to consider. I don't know exactly where our fee structure is.
Yeah.
But we might want to consider waiving the fee for the use of the municipal facilities because they are, job generators. Those folks stay in our hotels, eat at our restaurants,
Exactly.
fill their tanks in our gas stations and whatnot. So we might want to consider that moving forward. One other thing I mentioned several months ago to the city manager, the desire to, and it's in part of your sort of more detailed report, talks about how we've got so much entertainment expertise here
Yeah.
in the Antelope Valley,
Yes.
specifically in Palmdale. We've got a lot of people that are in production and they drive into the city and they work in the industry. I suggested that we establish a film commission to tap into our local talent so that they can sort of spread the word for us and come up with ideas on how to market our Film Palmdale program. I don't know exactly where that stands. It was several months ago.
I know there's a draft, I believe, but
I mean, we don't need to get into the details of it. As long as it's moving along, I just think it'd be beneficial for us to be able to utilize the local resources that we've got.
Yeah, we're on it. We've been working on a lot of this stuff, even pre-film, pre-studio, before we actually started constructing the film stage. We actually started working on the fees, and we worked on Pauline East as our film liaison
Yeah,
commissioner.
at the time, yeah.
She helps us with the processing, so this has been going on for 2 or 3 years, so all bases are covered.
And we do, it is in the fee resolution there, basically how it works now is if the facility doesn't already have an established rental fee in the fee resolution, it indicates that it's like a $30 an hour rental rate, which for most productions is very cost effective, and when they hear those prices, they're like, really? Wow, you know?
Yeah, staff, you guys have been really good. We've been working from the Visit Palmdale side to make sure they get hotel vouchers. And
Exactly,
like I
yeah.
said, no stone's been left unturned. We're doing everything we can to incentivize the filming up here.
Definitely, yes.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Yeah, the fee structures, they're very competitive. I mean, there are incentives to come here. I think there's more that we can do, like help cover liability for a lot of smaller productions that maybe not necessarily be part of the budget that they can afford.
Right.
So if we can do that for them, I think that that would encourage more production. But to piggyback off what Mr. Bishop said, there's 3 major reasons to do this. 1, the economic value of what it can bring to our city. 2 is quality of life, so that people that commute down below have more time to stay here and spend with their children, because we have 80,000 people go down below.
65. Yeah.
Majority of them, or a large percentage, have to work in the entertainment industry. So the talent is here. Let's utilize them here. And then the other is environmental. Those cars off the freeway is going to do a lot of good for the environment. So I think that the majority of this council, if not all, is very supportive of this, and we're excited to see what it brings.
Right, thank you.
Thank you very much, and we do appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item number 5, which is public comments. I do have to make a notice that we will not be speaking on closed session items because our closed session for this evening has been canceled. So, under item number 5, public comments for the City Council and the Housing Authority, consent calendars, new business. Now is the time for public participation on the items listed on the consent calendars, new business. Each speaker is allotted 3 minutes total for the entirety of the above sections. So do we have speaker cards? This says CC/HA, so City Council and Housing Authority.
Yes, Sandy Corrales.
I'm height challenged. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Sandy Corrales. I'm a longtime Palmdale resident. And I rise tonight to publicly thank Laura Betcourt for her leadership this year. I recall the evening that she was sworn in as mayor, and we will have the same passing of the gavel this evening. And I have paid attention and attended numerous community events where she has proven to be an effective and respected leader. And I will always support someone who promotes and protects our city. I was especially pleased to see her moderate and deliberate during our council meetings, which by all accounts have been a noticeable improvement over previous leadership. How fitting that a code of conduct was approved by the entire council last month, which was an effort that Laura advocated for starting back in 2022. I can point to Laura's excellent presentations at our State of the City address, the Business Outlook Conference, numerous community events like the Cancer Awareness Walk, and certainly her presentations as a crime analyst for our Palmdale Sheriff's Captain Community Advisory Committee. I am remembering the day when she offered a welcome to the ladies at the AV Women's Symposium. Her speech was dynamic, inspirational, and well received. I think the most memorable moment came when mothers actually brought their daughters to come meet Laura. She engaged them all. When she left, I stayed behind to talk to a 7-year-old girl who was quite impressed with meeting such a leader. When I asked her what she wanted to do when she grew up, she replied, "I want to be mayor of Palmdale." Folks, leadership matters, and our children are watching. I pledge to you that I will continue to promote and protect our great city. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Next speaker.
Jason Zink.
Welcome back, Jason. Long time no see.
Was in Arizona visiting Grand Canyon and the Spear in Las Vegas and looking at other sites to bring to Antelope Valley, ideas and stuff. But, I have no problem with people protesting against the city or any government or anything like that. But they have no right to disturb a public meeting because you're infringing on everybody's rights. And I know Alarcon and Juan Carrillo could call them in a heartbeat and tell them to stop the music, and they'd stop. Juan Carrillo just got them $1 million for immigration services from the state. They shouldn't get money for immigration services from the city. That's a federal issue. If they want money for food or anything like that, like Ruth Sanchez, no problem. The city should help Ruth Sanchez supply food for everybody in the community, not just immigrants. But as far as the Film Commission, I want to thank Austin for bringing that to the city. But my problem is, I talked to Lackey, Wilk, Carrillo about introducing a bill to create an Antelope Valley economic zone. So there'd be incentives to get 100,000 people off the freeways. And they haven't introduced one bill. They're worthless. You talk about Joshua trees. Every time you see a Joshua tree, you think Antelope Valley. Palmdale doesn't have one Joshua tree primeland woodland park like Lancaster. I want to talk about 7-5, which is the improvements on the Avenue S and 65th East housing tract. The duplexes that they did over there. They put the cheapest block wall that you could buy around the housing tract. Who allowed that in the city? They should be fired. Why are we allowing lower standards? Why doesn't it even match the block walls of the other housing tracts? Why create an eyesore? Especially on Avenue S, a main street. That's in your district.
Approved by the previous council.
Correct. Carrillo, your boss. Let's talk about, I'd like you to also talk about Hammock, Deputy Hammock, and why we're renaming that, if you can. Explain that a little bit more. I'm really tired of Rhonda Perez, the way she puts out the agenda. I thought we talked about the last couple meetings that we were going to put public comment. When public comment, people could speak during public testimony. And the agenda, why is it messed up? There should have been public comment after the film presentation. There should be public comment on the new business. Here we got to say thank you, Mayor Betancourt, for your service to the community. And Andrea, you should thank her because she helped bring down the recall against you. So you should help her. I look forward to your service.
Thanks, Jason.
Thank you, Jason. Next speaker, please.
Irvine Ayala.
Okay, next speaker.
Kevin Shankman.
Long time no see.
Good to see you, Mayor Betancourt. Apparently, they're going to recall the top vote getter from the last election. Who knew? I'm a little bit concerned when I get here, and for the first time ever, apparently, there is a capacity restriction on council chambers. In my experience, there have been people standing around the walls, and it seems like an odd coincidence that this is the first meeting that there would be such a capacity restriction, particularly as we see who's outside. And that's what I want to focus my comments on. In boxing, there's a saying, Father Time is undefeated. And Councilmember Olson, I'm sure you've heard that before. In politics, demographics are undefeated. This city has a choice of whether it can align its priorities with the changing demographics of this community, or try to stand in its way. But demographics are undefeated. And just like it's sad to see a boxer who has gone past their time and tried to fight Father Time, It will be sad to see this community go through the growing pains of trying to fight against the changes that are inherently going to happen in this community, whether this council likes it or not. The budget priorities, particularly with respect to food distribution, are way out of whack with this community. It is not the community's preference to be giving money to car dealerships who are politically connected with some folks like Marvin Christ, for example, and deny that money to people who need food. Unbelievable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Those are all the speaker slips I have for this section of public comments.
Okay, oh, wait, there's more. Hi, Marcia. Hi, Marcia. Welcome.
Thank you. Excuse me. Once again, I stand at this podium being directed to speak on the topic of new business without having information or a report on the subject. I understand the process of rotating the honorary position of mayor and mayor pro tem. I also understand why we do not have an elected mayor and have gone to 5 districts. Several months ago, when this topic was brought up, many citizens and speakers were confused and did not understand how the process of having no elected mayor came about. You, sitting in those 5 chairs, directed the city manager to put out a survey to the citizens concerning the topic of mayor, the rotation, and the possibility of having an elected mayor again. Because I must speak well before new business on the agenda, I don't know if when it gets to number 10.1 that you will bypass that report or we will get an account of the results of the survey. And also, I'd like to know how much it costs.
Thank you. And with that, being our last speaker, I will go ahead and close public comments. And I will ask if council has any.
There's some.
Oh. Okay, you can come in. Sure.
It's going through security.
Buenas tardes, cuerpo de concejales, ciudadanos y ciudadanas de nuestra ciudad.
Good evening, body of city council, citizens, and everyone else.
Como representante de todos los habitantes que compartimos el deseo de construir una ciudad próspera, justa y sostenible. Como representante de todos los habitantes que compartimos el deseo de construir una ciudad próspera, justa y sostenible.
As a representative who is part of building justice, society, and for citizens that live in this community.
Estoy aquí no solo como individuo,
I'm not here alone as an individual,
sino como parte de una comunidad unida
but as a united community
por el deseo común de ver crecer el lugar
to desire to have representation
al que llamamos hogar. Ver crecer el lugar al que llamamos hogar. Yeah, place to call home. Okay, sorry. Como concejales, ustedes toman decisiones. No, apenas voy a empezar aquí. Dice, como concejales toman decisiones que afectarán directamente a la vida de quienes confiaron en ustedes.
Like the council that makes decisions that impact the lives of the leaders who live here in this community.
en ustedes para liderar. Su labor no solo es administrativo,
Your labor is not only administrative,
es también un servicio a la comunidad,
it's also a service to the community,
un compromiso con el bienestar de todos los habitantes.
no sé si compromiso.
Okay.
I don't know how to say this one. And all the people that, everybody that lives here, all the people that live in Palmdale.
Okay. Lo voy a resumir más fácil, ¿ok?
Okay.
Nuestra ciudad tiene diversas problemáticas,
Our city has problems
como cuestiones económicas,
like economic issues,
pero igual tenemos oportunidad para crecer y prosperar.
but we also have opportunities to grow and be prosper.
En este sentido, les invito a que pasen políticas que impulsen
In this sense, I invite you to please pass laws
que apoyen el desarrollo económico y a la equidad social.
to please pass some laws that would impact us economically and equally.
Cada uno de nosotros aquí presentes y muchos más que representamos,
Everybody here that is here and we represent,
no solo somos ciudadanos,
we're not only citizens,
sino también somos partícipes activos
we're also active participants
en la construcción de esta ciudad
in the construction of this city
y de un mejor futuro.
and a better future.
Tenemos sueños y metas para nuestra comunidad
We have goals for our community
y es esencial que seamos reconocidos en el presupuesto.
and they want to be also considered in the budget.
Entendemos las limitaciones y los desafíos,
We understand the limitation and
the challenges,
the challenges
tenemos que enfrenta nuestra administración.
that our administration is facing.
Pero creo firmemente que al asignar recursos adecuados,
But I firmly believe that if you guys assign the right resources,
podemos
we can
lograr mejoras significativas en nuestra comunidad.
we could do better in our community.
En particular solicitamos que se preste atención
We're asking for your attention
en áreas claves
in certain areas
que han sido identificadas importantes.
that are identified important.
Estos son inversiones en educación,
This is this is investments in education,
salud,
health,
infraestructura, infrastructure,
infrastructure,
distribución de alimentos
distribution of food,
y programas sociales que beneficien a los más vulnerables.
and programs that would benefit the less unfortunate.
Al priorizar esto,
We want to prioritize this.
no solo se mejora la calidad de vida de los ciudadanos,
This would also better the quality of life,
sino también al crecimiento de la comunidad.
and this would help develop a better community.
¿Ok? Y otra cosa que igual quisiera mencionar es de que ustedes mayormente
One thing that he wants to mention is that you guys
conocen el trabajo que nosotros realizamos
know the type of work they do.
y no caigo en razón de cómo es de que saben que el trabajo lo realizamos y mejor ustedes que han sido partícipes,
He's not understanding how you guys know what they do.
¿por qué no tenemos apoyo?
Why are they not being supported?
Y ya, gracias.
City,
I just want
sorry,
to-
let me jump in real quick. I think we may have gotten a little off topic. Is this comment for consent calendar and housing authority? Correct
Consent
me if I'm
calendar,
wrong.
new business, and housing authority.
I think that was the last comment. I just want to apologize to our Spanish-speaking residents. I personally, in writing, requested translation services be available for today. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. 49% of our population of 170,000 people speak English as a second language at home. I am adamant that we should provide equal access to our city council meetings, meaning we should provide translation services at every meeting moving forward.
It's my understanding, and perhaps you can correct me, but there's a a time window for which we have to request a paid licensed translator, and that window was not met. All right, so public comments is now closed. Is anyone from the council like to pull a consent calendar item? Mr. Austin Bishop.
No, this is just for the housing authority, or no, this is both, right?
Is this for both?
Both? I think, yeah, this is for both. No, I'm good at this time.
Oh, housing consent? Let me do that first before I.
Housing consent.
Okay. Well, let me flip back a page. I seem to have skipped a page, so sorry.
I'll do a motion to approve the housing consent.
Hang on, let me get there. Housing Authority consent calendar, item number 6.1, approval of the Housing Authority City of Palmdale 2022-2023 annual report pursuant to the California Health and Safety Code 34176.1, and direct staff to post the report on the city's website. And to approve the meeting minutes, 6.2. We have a motion?
I'll second.
Can we call for the count? Vote?
Or we gotta do it on the screen first.
Do it on screen, please.
There we go.
My screen's not changing. Oh, no, start, there it is. Okay, here we go.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. All right, sorry about that. So now we can go back to item number 7, right?
Correct.
Consent calendar.
Adjourn the housing authority.
I'm adjourning the Housing Authority.
Thank
You guys are welcome to step down if you'd like. You don't have to stay up here with us anymore.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll give you a minute to sit down.
See you guys next
Happy
year.
holidays. Thank you so
Thank
much. Thank you for your service. And thank you for the cookies. Okay, now we can go on to the council consent calendar, item number 7. I think, Austin, were you gonna pull something?
I think I'm good.
Okay, I'm gonna pull 7.8. Mr. Loa?
I am, good.
Okay, Andrea?
May I please pull 7.4, 7.9, and 7.10, please?
Sir?
I'm
You
good.
good? Okay, so I'm gonna, since I pulled 7.8, I'm gonna,
Can I, before we do that, should we move the balance of the consent calendar? I'll move to
we have a motion, I'll
approve the
second it.
balance.
Well, I would if I could, but
No, you can't.
no, I can't. There we go. We have a motion, a second. Can we call for the vote?
Okay, and this is, you are pulling everything, 7.4.
We pulled 7.4, 7.8,
7.9,
7.9,
and 7.10. Seems to be an echo in here.
Start voting. Motion passes.
Okay, good. All right, so we'll just go down the line here. So we'll start with 7.4.
Thank you. Just get a staff report. Good evening, Ms. Glidden. Glidden, I'm the Director of Public Works. 7.4 is an approving agreement with Ninth Patry LLC for the deferment of undergrounding of transmission main lines for site plan review number 19-001. This development is located at the southwest corner of Avenue Q11 and 9th Street East. As part of our requirements, the city requires that transmission lines less than 50 kV and all other utility lines be installed underground. The developers expressed financial hardship due to the cost of undergrounding, and so we have concurred that a 24-month deferment of undergrounding of the existing main line can occur after the first City of Palmdale building permit for any activity on this project be released.
Thank you for that report. I pulled this item for a couple of reasons. One, I want to highlight it. We've got a public hearing that we're going to hold later this evening to talk about CDBG and home funds and housing needs in our city. This project will deliver 31 units
to our community, 40% of which will be at low or moderate income affordability standards. So I want to commend the team for putting this together and delivering it and getting it to this point. I do have a couple questions. So the 24 calendar months, the time clock starts upon issuance of the City of Palmdale's first building permit. When do we anticipate that happening?
At this time, I don't have that information.
Okay,
I
and
don't
then,
know if maybe Luis, do you have a better idea for the schedule on his? 8 months?
8 months, so.
Before he would start construction.
So realistically, we're looking at completion of the project in 3 years.
Likely, yes.
Okay, and then my follow-up question is that one of the provisions of the agreement for deferment, they're going to be undergrounding the infrastructure, but in the interim, we're allowing them permission to connect to existing overhead transmission lines. I just want to make sure all of that is going to be safe
Yes,
for
yes,
the community over the course of this 3-year period, and they're going to
Yes.
continue to monitor it, and, because it's temporary overhead, I just want to make sure it's
No,
all
and
gonna be.
we are working with the Edison on that, along with the developer working with Edison.
Good. Okay, and then I just, to note for the community, the reason why we're authorizing this deferment, the budget for undergrounding the infrastructure for both of the buildings, one of the buildings is about 833,000, the other building is 162,000, a total of $1 million to underground these infrastructure requirements. So we want to encourage development and work with our developers who are providing much needed housing and provide some flexibility in their ability to garner the funds and able to be able to complete the project. So thank you for bringing this before us. I just wanted to clarify a few of those issues and bring that to the community's attention that in 3 years, we will be delivering 31 units, 40% of which will be at low and moderate income standards. So thank you.
I actually had a lot of these same questions during our very in-depth briefing. We went back and forth for a little bit of the scope and the power, and it's unfortunately it is what it is. To put power in the ground, to build anything, it takes 2 or 3 years, especially when you're working with multiple agencies such as Edison and whatnot. So I'll go ahead and take the lead on this one since it's in my district. Number one, I made the motion on the screen here, and I'll go ahead and look for a second.
You unseconded me.
Okay.
Go ahead, you can second it, go ahead, hit the button, there you go. We have a motion and a second. Can we call for the vote?
I do not see a second.
He's hitting it.
Oh, any one of us is fine.
Okay. You may start voting.
Okay.
Motion passes.
Thank you so much. Okay, now we're on to item number 7.8, and I pulled this. Can I just ask if the Hammock family is here? Yay! So, yeah.
So good evening. This item is adopting resolution number CC 2023-059, which is a resolution having the City Council of the City of Palmdale approving the renaming of Avenue Q6 to Hammock Avenue from Sierra Highway to 10th Street East. So back in a long time ago, when Deputy Hammock passed away, we renamed the Hammock. Well, I don't even remember the name of the old building, but we renamed it to the Hammock Center. And the building is very old and can no longer be used, so we are in the process of demoing it. And so we reached out to the family and to the Sheriff's Department, and this is just a way to commemorate Deputy Hammock. So ultimately, if something does go back into its place, this area is tied in with the Transit Village and other ideas. We may look into renaming possibly another location.
So for those that don't remember, I was actually here when this occurred. I've been around the Sheriff's Department a long, long time. Deputy Hammock was killed in the line of duty. So if I could have the family come up, I want to take some pictures with the sign, if that's
So
okay.
that is your sign,
This is
and
for
then
you.
also the Sheriff's Department will get one to put up on their wall.
you so much. Any comments from the other council on 7.8?
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment.
Okay.
So I appreciate, Lynn, where'd she go? I don't know where she, oh, she's back
They
there.
can probably hear, well, no, they can't hear out there.
So I appreciate her using the term passed away. And I know that she's being appropriate. But what actually happened was that Deputy Sheriff Richard Hammock was shot and killed while serving a high-risk search warrant at a mobile home on Gazelle Drive in Palmdale. Investigators were conducting the search as part of an amphetamine distribution investigation, a significant problem that continues today. The subject opened fire through the walls of the mobile home, wounding one deputy, Deputy Hammock, who was not wearing a bulletproof vest. He was struck in the neck, face, and upper body by rifle fire as he ran to assist two other deputies who had been fired upon. I wanted to say that because this is a danger that all law enforcement faces today in America, in California, in Los Angeles County, and in Palmdale, as we saw recently. We can't sugarcoat that. That was an assassination. That was a murder. And I know the family has already left the room, but it's with heartfelt appreciation for the families of all law enforcement that I believe the council acts today to name that street after this particular heroic Richard B. Hammock. And we are a better city for it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Lowen. Okay, if there's no other comments, we'll move on to item number 7.9.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We need a motion and a second.
Oh,
and a
I'm
vote.
sorry. I'll make the motion. There you go.
Seconded. If I can do it, there we go.
I'll second it if no one has.
I think we have a motion and a second.
I already did it.
Start voting. Motion passes.
Thank you very much for that, everyone. Okay, now that that's passed, we'll go ahead and move on to item number 7.9.
I just pulled that item, thank you, Mayor. I just pulled that item to close the loop on a matter we discussed at our last council meeting. It was the accepting of public improvements at the Circle K on 40th and Palmdale Boulevard. I raised a question as to whether or not, or why we were accepting maintenance responsibility on Palmdale Boulevard when that is the property of the state. And Caltrans currently has control over all maintenance. Staff has gone back and done their diligent research and determined that Caltrans will in fact maintain the street improvements along Palmdale Boulevard, along with the street signal, including the pavement widening, curb, gutter, sidewalk, signal modifications, and landscaping. There are a few pieces that we will maintain, but the majority of the maintenance will be the responsibility of Caltrans moving forward. So I just wanted to clarify that and close the loop. Thank you to Public Works for doing that.
Great, okay.
So
I want to say, wait a minute, I want to say
I
something.
apologize. Please go
That's
ahead.
okay. I just want to comment, and I know that we have in the audience two family members of Aida O'Connor and Michael O'Connor. And so that's Yvette, Imard, and Robert Valencia. Aida was a pioneer in this city, in this Antelope Valley, in fact. Many of the organizations, including the Palmdale Sheriff Boosters Club and economic development organizations that were established, and the civilian military committee or meeting or club that serves the civilian population of Antelope Valley and Edwards Air Force Base. That was the vision of Aida O'Connor. And I would like for Yvette and Robert to stand in recognition of your mother and your father.
Thank you so much for being here tonight.
Okay, so I moved to adopt item 7.9.
I'll
Did
second
we get
it.
a second? I
I
don't
got
know
a
what
second.
happened. There's
Yeah,
buttons
there-
being
there-
pushed everywhere.
You know what, let me clear them.
This system is.
Okay, who would we like to say made the motion?
I have Mayor Pro Tem making the motion and Richard Lowe with the second.
Oh, okay, that's fine. So now that we have a motion and a second, if we could call.
Card voting?
All right, that was quick.
Motion passes.
Thank you so much. Now we're gonna move on to item number 7.10, approve the minutes from the previous meeting.
Yeah, no, this is not something I pulled, I pulled it as a point of order. It says 7:10 includes approval of the minutes from previous meetings, November 15th, 2023. However, I believe we approved the meeting minutes from November 15th, 2023 in our housing consent calendar.
Those were the housing, these are being
They're-
brought forth
they're
as
the
city
exact
council.
same.
Yeah, I
They're
know.
the same minutes, we have to adopt them twice?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I went ahead and made the motion.
I'll second the motion.
All right.
Let's call for the question.
Motion passes.
Thank you so much. Now we're moving on to item number 8, public hearing 8.1. This is a public hearing to obtain community input for the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, and Home Investment Partnership Program, HOME, grant for the development of the 2024-2025 action plan. Welcome, thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Becky Bartlett, Management Analyst of Neighborhood Services. A request for public hearing to obtain community input in the development of the 2024-2025 action plan for the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, and Home Investment Partnerships Program grants. The public hearing is a requirement to receive the annual CDBG and home allocation of funding from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. A public notice was published on November 4th, 2023 in the Antelope Valley Press, the city's website, and city facilities. Nonprofit partners were notified by email. Objectives and goals from our consolidated plan and prior action plan are affordable housing, fair housing services, public services including homelessness, public facilities and improvements, economic opportunity, and administration. Prior use of funds include South Antelope Valley Emergency Services SAVES operations, acquisition of property for new SAVES facility, ADA improvements, Corson Arts Colony West, infrastructure, multifamily housing, new Corson pool and pool building, commercial facade improvements, ADA sidewalks improvements in Palmdale focused neighborhoods, rehabilitation for current SAVES facility, ADA truncated domes and curb cuts, Greater Los Angeles Agency on Deafness Education for Service Providers, fair housing services, multifamily permanent supportive housing Juniper Grove, tenant-based rental assistance for seniors TBRA, tenant-based rental assistance for COVID, multifamily housing Corson Arts Colony East and Wright Brothers Court, senior housing development Summer Terrace and Palo Verde Terrace, Dream Center Youth Transitional Housing Affordable Housing Duplex. These are long-term investments in our community. The notice of funding availability has been released and activity applications are available on the city's website or contacting Neighborhood Services. Funds are available for CDBG, Home, and Home Chodo. Staff is available for questions.
Any questions, council?
No questions. I just want to say it's an amazing program. I know Sophia has been taking care of this program for us for almost 20 years now, and it really has made a difference. I'll just point out a couple things. SAVES receives a lot of this funding for the food bank and food distribution, which is absolutely fantastic. We've had SAVES in the city for 40 years, and I can say, I don't see a lot of cities running their own food bank. I can look to our neighbors to the north and south, and they don't run their own food bank. So it's just a little something that the city of Palmdale does to make sure that the residents are getting the resources they need when they need them. So I just wanted to pull that out there because you mentioned that SAVES received some of this funding, and I think that's important to recognize.
Richard?
CDBG has been a program that has been assisting the city of Palmdale. It's a great program that in the beginning, as I remember historically, was opposed because it was being brought forward by President Nixon. And so there was great opposition to it. And now there's great support for it by the very people who opposed it. So in the city of Palmdale, it's been a great, great contribution to the things we do. So thank you for you, your team, for putting this all together. I think it should be approved tonight.
Thank you.
Andrea?
Oh, thank you. I'm just ready to hear from the public as to where they want our money to be spent.
No, we're not ready yet. Sir?
No, I'm good. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I just want to say that I appreciate how some of this CDBG money has been spent. Until you've had an injury which makes you handicapped, you don't appreciate a truncated dome or lower curb. For many of you, you see me struggle just getting on the smallest curb, stepping up because I have a spine injury. It is invaluable to have ADA accessible locations throughout the city. You'll see me sometimes walk way around areas to get to someplace that is flat or short that I can actually get up over a curb. So making our city accessible and walkable and maneuverable for the disabled is extremely important. And I'm glad to see our money moving forward in that direction and those projects being completed. It's very, very important. So I just personally, as a person that has a spinal injury, I want to thank you for that because you've made my life a lot easier. So, and then you had a question, I'm sorry, or more? Oh, okay. All right. So now we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing to receive input on item number 8.1. Do we have any speaker cards?
I have a speaker card, Mayor, for Brenda Zasso, but she didn't list 8.1. It lists funding, food, and resources.
So we'll do that at non-agendized public comments. Okay.
I have no other speaker cards.
Okay. Oh, sorry, Jason. Oh, okay.
My thing is about, I'm really worried about our seniors. Seniors are becoming the biggest people in need of homelessness because the baby boomers are retiring and they weren't able to put away like a lot of baby boomers were, and a lot of seniors are getting kicked out from their apartment and even city-sponsored apartments. And this is what people have to understand: when they get Social Security increases, they think, oh, okay, they got a $50 increase in Social Security. But that money isn't extra money to pay for food or for utilities or anything like that. Medicare comes in and then takes that money from them. So they actually don't even benefit. They actually go further in the hole. Our system is really screwed up. It really is. Worrying about the rest of the world, and here our people, our seniors, are suffering. I'd like this money to go towards rental assistance for seniors, basic cable, so these people aren't stuck in their homes looking at four walls. I've asked for this for 5-6 years now. Free internet services, so they have a connection to their doctors and everything that they need, so they can live out their golden years like they should, like we would want. The other thing is, you talked about ADA, right? Right next to the fire station on Avenue S and 28th Street East, right by Stater Brothers, there's no sidewalks or anything. This has been like that for years. I can't believe when they built the fire station that they didn't put the sidewalks in. This city is so mismanaged, and it could do so much more. How come the city can't take $200,000 and just buy cable and internet for the seniors that live in the senior complex over here? I don't get it. You guys have $23 million more in Measure AV funds, $6 million from Spectrum cable franchise fees. What is wrong with you guys? We need action. Take care of our seniors.
Thank you, Jason. Okay, now I will go ahead and,
So before we do that,
I was going to close the public hearing.
Oh, okay.
So let me go ahead and close public hearing and then I'll let you speak.
Thanks. I just want to, we only heard from one of our residents today, but there is going to be an ongoing opportunity to provide input on how we use these funds. There will be a second hearing that we're going to publish a draft action plan. That's the plan that we need to issue annually in order to get these funds. We're going to issue a draft action plan, and then we're having a second public hearing on May 1st, 2024. So be sure, if you're interested in how these funds are going to be used by the city in the next fiscal year, please check our website, download the action plan when it's posted, and participate in our second hearing on May 1st, 2024. Thank you.
So now we have to do the approval of 8.1, is that correct?
Yep. I have a first and a second.
Oh, well, you guys are fast. All right, let's call for the question.
Motion passes.
Okay, so now moving on to item number 8.2, another public hearing. This is the introduction and adoption of ordinance number 1627, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palmdale approving zoning ordinance amendment, COA, 23-0003 to amend Title 17 and finding that the amendment is consistent with Program Environmental Impact Report, PEIR, 22-002, prepared and certified in conjunction with the city's general plan, Palmdale 2045. Welcome, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Waiting for my PowerPoint here.
There it is.
No, should be a different one.
Isn't that a nice looking shopping mall?
So as you
All
look at
right,
that
I'm
shopping
going to go
mall-
ahead and carry on.
Okay.
The item before you tonight is the introduction and the adoption of Ordinance 1627, amending Title 17 of the Palmdale Municipal Code. There are two parts of the ordinance for your consideration. The first includes amendments to the zoning ordinance, which will clarify measurement requirements between fueling stations to measure fueling pump to fueling pump versus lot line to lot line. It'll also clarify the measurement requirements between drive-through facilities to measure from menu board to menu board versus lot line to lot line. It'll also clarify the definition of drive-through services and restaurant facility to include definitions for restaurants with an order-ahead pickup window and clarify the required distance separation requirements between alcoholic beverage establishments. It'll also modify the allowed uses within the permissions table for mixed-use zones to allow drive-through restaurants with an order-ahead business model similar to the Chipotle located on 47th Street East with a conditional use permit in the mixed-use zones. The mixed-use zone is intended to accommodate walkability and is intended to incorporate development standards that are geared towards pedestrians. Additionally, Los Angeles County is looking to adopt an ordinance to allow micro-enterprise home kitchens, which in short would allow residents to operate as restaurants and commissaries with some limitations. We are proposing to allow commissary, also known as ghost kitchens, within the mixed use with a conditional use permit to provide other options that would be less invasive to neighborhoods of those types of businesses. These ordinance amendments will provide flexibility to the development community when designing commercial development. Second, the ordinance will modify allowable uses within the permissions table for public facilities and open space zones as it pertains to wireless facilities. It'll also clarify the development standards for open space regulations within industrial zones. I want to point out that letters of support and opposition were received on this item tonight. A number of those letters are from members of the Main Street Coalition Group. Staff met with the group in November to discuss concerns with the proposed amendments and are working with them on a potential timeline in which these can be addressed. In conclusion, staff recommends adopting Ordinance 1627, recommending City Council approval of Zoning Ordinance Amendment 23-003. I'm available for any questions.
Questions from the council?
None at this time. I'll wait till after the public comment.
All right, well, let's go ahead and call for public comments then on this item.
Madam Mayor, we're
Am I
going to
jumping the
change
gun?
things just a teeny bit.
Okay.
Making sure we have strict code compliance, we'll first read the title, which, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palmdale approving zoning ordinance amendment 23-0003 to amend Title 17 and finding that the amendment is consistent with Program Environmental Impact Report PEIR 22-002, prepared and certified in conjunction with the city's general plan, Palmdale 2045. Now you will do a motion to introduce.
I'll make a motion to introduce.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Aye.
Aye. And now public comment.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation. We'll go ahead and open up item number 8.2 to public comments for this item only. Any speaker cards?
Benjamin Fisk, Pacific Zoning.
Good evening.
You can actually raise that up if you press the button, that on the right side, there's a button. There you go.
We're gonna install the Jeopardy
It's a little
music
slow.
next year.
Good evening. My name's Benjamin Fisk with Pacific Zoning LLC. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I represent the Palmdale Main Street Coalition, a group of property owners and developers who control hundreds of acres of land and several proposed projects, which represent hundreds of construction jobs, hundreds of permanent jobs in retail, primarily, and restaurant, as well as hundreds of housing units. These projects cannot move forward due to code changes that the city implemented almost 1 year ago with the new zoning ordinance and the new general plan. We came before this body, I'd say, how long ago? 8, 9 months ago. And you were kind enough to direct staff to work with our organization on revising those issues of concern that are preventing these large projects from moving forward. We have been working diligently with the Community Development Department, Planning Department. And what we're seeking tonight is a commitment to continue to work on those issues until we reach resolution, and a plan to accelerate that cooperation with the city and the developers so that we can have an endpoint. The issues before you today, this zoning ordinance amendment, is a half measure at best. It doesn't address the concerns of the coalition. We respectfully request that this item be held and not move forward until a complete package of zoning amendments can move forward. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir, we typically don't interact with our speakers on this, but I'm just curious, what, you said it's a half measure at best. What would you say that is missing?
I think the biggest portion that's missing is because we've been in negotiation with the planning department regarding not just how the distance is measured between fast food, primarily drive-through restaurants, but also what that measurement is. Whether it's measured from
You mean the distance requirement itself?
the distance
Oh,
requirement
that
itself.
we debated when we adopted the code. Oh, got it.
But
But it's currently being negotiated with the department.
I just wanted clarity on what you thought was missing, but now I got it. Thank you.
That is a big portion of what's missing. Other speakers will mention
And it's
other.
missing because it's coming back in a different package. So this is a half measure because this is half of the concerns separated so that we can still continue to work on that. That's why.
Right, but there are other ways of measuring the separation. If we go lot to lot, maybe it's one. If we go building to building, it's a different one. If we go menu board to menu board. Now,
Let's hear from the other speakers, and then we'll have a fruitful discussion afterwards. Thank you very much.
yeah, there are some other
Okay.
significant
Yeah,
issues.
I know
that
there's
we're
some
gonna-
other people waiting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Rick Norris.
Welcome, Mr. Norris. Happy holidays. It's nice to see you.
And same to all of you. Got much time. I got so much to say and so little time to say it. So I'm gonna, Mayor and members of the City Council. I am a longtime Palmdale resident that has served on both sides of the dais. I understand the difficulties of government trying to serve all interests, economic development, planning, and the needs of the community. I continue to work with builders, developers, and long-term owners that have stood for this community for decades. Last March, City Council told staff to work with us to solve these issues which threatens future growth of the city, its revenues, fees, future construction projects. We have met several times with city staff. In fact, we submitted word for word alternative language that would address this crisis that is developing, and yes, it is a crisis. Our proposal didn't satisfy all of our concerns, but it was a concrete solution and a compromise. After all this time and effort, the draft here tonight was submitted to the Planning Commission with very little of the input or the language we provided. After months of conversation, suggestions, and agreements, almost nothing was used. We could have saved 6 months. Economic development says, bring us a deal and we'll try to make it work for you. Ladies and gentlemen, before you buy a piece of property, you research the restrictions in place. If the restrictions say you can't do it, you don't spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to create a concept and hope that it'll pass when it comes to the city. That's what staff is saying to us. Trust us. We have a pending project that requires a zoning ordinance to make it happen. What about the dozens of future projects that will never happen because of these restrictions? We're talking millions of dollars, thousands of jobs, and quality of life that empty fields do not provide. We brought both sides to the table. We drafted an acceptable solution. However, virtually none that appears in the document before you. This is not economic development, it's economic suicide.
Thank you, Mr. Norris.
Thank you.
Next speaker?
Mark McGahey.
Mayor Betancourt and members of the City Council, I'm Mark McGoy with CBRE, and I stood at this dais in March and everything when the zoning ordinance amendment was presented to you and pleaded that you would delay it for 30 days to give us an opportunity to deal with staff and iron out what we thought were some significant differences with respect to the restrictions that would severely hamper development of additional retail centers. And I'm not going to bore you with my history in Palmdale, but I'm no stranger here. It's over 30 years I've been involved in the development of the 5 largest shopping centers in Palmdale. I have an opportunity to bring 3 more shopping centers to the city, and I'd like to see that happen. The consequences in terms of tax revenue loss to the city are gigantic. And that's what we're trying to, same way you want to bring film to Palmdale, let's try to bring retail commercial to Palmdale. We used to be a business-friendly city. Under the zoning ordinance, we are no longer. One of the centers that I worked on that I wanted to offer up an anecdote because I thought it had bearing on where we are tonight, and that's Destination 08, which is the Super Walmart, Joann's anchored center on the 14 freeway across from the mall. And that was done in connection with Rothbard Development and with A.C. Warnack, and we developed that center and leased it in 2006. We continue to work on that shopping center, and as all the council knows, we've had some significant problems there, which included a homeless killing several months ago, and it only amplifies ongoing safety issues in the center. We've got homeless and vagrants that are sleeping in the walkways that are threatening businesses that are there and the livelihoods of these independent tenants. The city's been unable to solve it, the private sector's been unable to solve it, and we worked in partnership. We got together with public safety, we got together with code enforcement, we brought in the sheriffs, and we worked collectively. The city's code enforcement prepared a flyer, circulated it to every one of the tenants. We contacted all of the absentee owners for the various properties. We had a meeting at the Black Bear Diner. Everybody together, how we post signage, how we deliver these letters of authorization and everything so that we can remedy that, and it's in process.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Robert Valencia.
Good evening, Mayor and honorable city council members. Richard, thank you for the kind shout out from a mother earlier. That was very kind of you. My name is Robert Valencia. I'm part of the Palmdale Main Street Coalition as well. I'm also a property owner, one of many partners that own the property on the northwest corner of 40th Street East and Palmdale Boulevard, where the Circle K and the Tractor Supply are. I want to emphasize a few things without repeating what some of the other folks already said. You specifically directed staff to work with our group after adopting the ordinance. There's been frankly nominal discussion. We were asked to put stuff in writing. In September, we provided a word-by-word red line version of the ordinance that I spent countless hours on away from my business to provide. And a lot of the other people in the room did as well. On November 14th, we kind of forced a meeting when we found out that some of these changes were coming about, and we're told at that meeting we would have a written response to our proposal within 1 week. We haven't received anything. So to be clear, the amendment in front of you right now was not the result of consultation with our group. It does not meet our needs. It is piecemeal, it's half measures, not just for what Ben pointed out, but there's other things in our proposal involving density, measuring across the street, for example. We're gonna measure across, Palmdale Boulevard 100 feet. There's a lot of other things in there. Bottom line is that I represent property owners, many in our group. We've spent thousands of dollars, countless of hours trying to bring common sense solutions. And we're just not being heard, frankly. We're getting tidbits. We had that meeting in November when we found out that they were proceeding with this ordinance. So we asked that it be pulled. They respectfully said, hey, some council thinks we should proceed with it. That's fine, that's your prerogative. But it's just, we're wasting our time, frankly. And so, I would like the council to do one of two things. Direct staff to meet with us and work with us in good faith, or just tell us it's not gonna happen. So we can move on and evaluate our other alternatives. Because these projects are dying. I have a project in escrow that's gonna fail.
Thank you very much. All right, so.
Et Imard?
Sorry.
Council members and city staff. My name again is Yvette Imard. I'm here tonight to express my concern as a local citizen and business person and advocate for our children in Palmdale. My concern is that the voices of local property owners and development professionals are not being heard, and that needed development in Palmdale will stall as a result. My husband Ron and I are part owners of the land located at the northwest corner of Palmdale Boulevard and 40th Street East. We invested in this property several years ago because we believe in the responsible development and growth of Palmdale. I am not a land use expert or city planner, but after conversations with people who are and local business people, I am extremely concerned that the recently adopted zoning ordinance has gone too far too fast and will halt needed development in Palmdale, particularly along Palmdale Boulevard. The families living near Palmdale Boulevard deserve better access to retail services, food, and other conveniences available to other residents have in Palmdale. Ron and I have worked with the city of Palmdale on many different projects over the years. I know everyone has good intentions here, of course. We all want to see responsible development that fits the actual needs of the residents of Palmdale. To do that, we need input from property owners and other professionals that know our community. It's apparent to me that those voices are not being heard. I'm concerned that our families and children will suffer when development of our city stalls. As you know, my mother is Aida O'Connor, the owner of Hanford Home Loans. She's passed in 2019. I've been hearing about this investment group that she developed since 1994. It would mean a great deal to her and to my family to see this finally come to fruition. I ask the council to work more closely with the Palmdale.
Thank you, Mrs. Imard.
Antelope Valley Engineering?
Good evening, council members. My name is Barry Munns. It's as high as it gets.
Is that as high as it goes?
It's as high as it goes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. My name's Barry Munns with Antelope Valley Engineering. I've been working in the Antelope Valley for nearly 40 years. Our firm's been here for nearly 50 years. We have worked on a tremendous amount of different projects within the city. The Destination 08, Destination 04, US Pole, FedEx buildings, shopping centers on the east side, residential development east and west. We've been involved in a lot of development with the city. I've got a couple of particular property owners that own some property on Division Street. They've been trying to develop it for years. All of a sudden, this new zoning ordinance comes through, and bam, we can't do anything with the property. It's ruined the value of the property, it's ruined the development potential of the property of what it had. Not to say that it can't be developed, but can't be developed the way they've been trying to develop it for years. In saying that, there are several things that we've done over the years. We've worked with staff numerous occasions, And staff's always worked with us very well. They've been flexible where they can be flexible. They've helped us. We've helped them. We've worked hand in hand with staff so many times on different projects. Unfortunately, we don't feel that way now. We don't feel that we're getting the cooperation. We don't feel that we're being heard. And I don't know if it's because of it's just trying to be rushed through or what, but we're not being notified when things are happening. We only knew a few days before Planning Commission that this was going to Planning Commission, and now it's here in front of the council. We have had notice now because obviously council follows Planning Commission. So we just ask that the council help us get staff's ear to work with us on this so that we can make this a good solution to all development within the city.
Thank you.
Naveed Sharafthian with Jack in the Box.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak here. I'm also with the Palmdale Coalition, and last year we had the honor of Robert and his family agreeing to go into escrow together to develop this property. And like Rick said, we looked and said, okay, I think we can develop what we want to develop. We go into escrow, and the rules changed on us, and now we can't do what we wanted to do. We employ probably about 1,000 people in the Antelope Valley. I love the people that we employ, a lot of great people. We love Palmdale. We want to develop more in Palmdale. So when the zoning changed, we could have decided, okay, you know what, it's too hard. I have too much respect for Robert and his family. I said, you know what, let's see what we can do. Thoroughly disappointed in the process. I mean, how can we get a sit-down meeting, a workshop? Why 500 feet? Why menu boards? Which menu boards? A drive-through pad has multiple menu boards. We're going to pass this ordinance and we won't know which menu boards to measure from. And to this date, I still don't know why 500 feet. Why can't we have a meeting with the city, a sit-down meeting where we actually debate, have an honest debate, and maybe there's some logic to the provisions in the zoning code. And we'll say, okay, that's logical. How can we modify that? And if we can't modify that, then, we can't modify it. We understand it. But we ask you to please allow us the opportunity to have earnest meetings because we really have not had the opportunity to sit down, have an earnest debate. My friends on the coalition spent a lot of time. I personally didn't spend as much time as they did. I'm so impressed with what they came up with, and it was ignored completely. And it's unfortunate. There's a lot of talent. The folks that spoke here tonight, there's a lot of talent. And I feel the city should really give them an opportunity to say their word and take into account what they're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Angelica Maldonado, Mi Ranchito.
My name is Angelica Maldonado. I represent Mi Ranchito and all the small business owners, entrepreneurs. My father started here. He built the first Mi Ranchito 25 years ago, and we work as a family. And I'm here basically asking for the city to help us. We've had a piece of land that we're unable to develop because the city ordinance changed, and we wanted to go ahead and do something where it's like a ghost kitchen in the back, where it can be something that can work for other entrepreneurs that are starting, just like we did when we were starting, and that way other people can see that there's a way of improving, and you can go ahead and build and make your food in an establishment where it's licensed and permitted and everything, so that way it's clean and you know that what you're getting is something that's edible, that's clean, that's you can feel comfortable and happy. And if we can help other people by having a separate kitchen where they can come and go ahead and rent it out, and we can go ahead and do, it's a commercial kitchen that would also be able to have Mi Ranchito's food. We would go ahead and build it there so that way we can distribute, and it would be easier for us, and it'd be more employment and something that the city needs because we don't have commercial kitchens. A lot of people that I know ask us, how can we go ahead and rent a kitchen?
And in our small locations, we can't facilitate that. However, we were to be able to build something like that in a mixed use, because we can go ahead and build our restaurant in the front with a drive-through, and then we can go ahead and have in the back something, and it's along Palmdale Boulevard. It's on 32nd and Palmdale Boulevard. So we would be able to have two businesses, but at the same time help others and help Palmdale where we started, where we would like to continue growing. If you would be able to help us with that, we would be very grateful. And if there's anything that the city needs, we always like to go ahead and provide and help, because that's something that we think.
Thank you.
Jason Zink.
We've been wasting time. Economy's getting worse. And 6 months have gone by and nothing. We're in the same spot. We're talking about fast food places, right? I thought the big discussion was we just didn't want the drive-throughs to back up on the main street like they did with Chick-fil-A, right? I mean, Jack in the Box is not Chick-fil-A or In-N-Out, right? It's a different caliber, right? One's very high demand. Why aren't you working? Why isn't the city working with these people to invest in our community? Just like the person said, like with the film studio. I'll tell you why. It's very simple. The city manager lacks talent and skill. She does not have what it takes to run the 6th largest city in LA County. We can't even get agendas with the time on them. The agendas are so messed up. There's so many things that are wrong. We did Musical Road over here. A mother driving their kid on the Musical Road, they go down to look at their kid. Next thing you know, they hit the dirt and their car flips and they die. We have street signs that don't even have names on them. I mean, we don't have street signs on streets on 30th Street and Avenue M, right in front of Northrop Grumman. No street signs. This city is so mismanaged. When are you guys going to say you guys made a mistake, you gave her a chance, she failed, and we need somebody better? That's all. I have real estate people that want to invest millions of dollars, already invested millions of dollars in Palmdale, want to build 400, 500 apartments right next to the freeway. And the planning department says they can't build it. They don't want apartments by the freeway. What are they talking about? But they allowed the mall, and they allowed another project to have it if they wanted to. You guys know what's wrong. You guys got to admit it, get somebody in place, work with these people, and let's get this town booming like it is in Arizona. There's no reason for it. This place should be booming. We are LA County. This is the only place people have left to go that there's middle-class opportunity. This place should be booming. And it's not, because of our city manager and not running the staff right.
Thank you, Mr. Zink.
That's all the speaker cards I have for this item.
Oh. Welcome. Happy holidays.
So my name is Mario Presents. I'm a longtime community member and the captain of the information team for the Palmdale Freedom Coalition. As I was listening to what was going on, I wasn't planning on coming up here and speaking, but as I listened to this Main Street Coalition, it echoed a lot of the same things that happened to us when we were fighting for our ordinance. We gave you guys an ordinance as it was, and we fought for 9 months for it. These people gave you the parameters and the things that they needed in order for their businesses and for their ordinance to succeed, and you guys are choosing not to listen to them. So I'm going to have to side with them and say, hey, why don't we take a break and not pass this? Because obviously these people who are the business owners, who are the landowners in the community, they're the ones who are asking you for more time, and maybe for you guys to actually consult with them, because from what it sounds like, you guys promised them the moon and the stars, and you gave them, what? Nothing. And that's really sad. I've known the Emarts for many, many years. I played soccer with their son. So I've been in this community for a long time, and I see the poor management of my community, and it's only just getting worse with time. So I'm going to have to side with the Main Street Coalition and tell you guys to please not pass this.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comments. What say you, council?
Can we ask?
Staff come back answer. Okay. Come on, staff.
Yeah. Luis was ready.
Well, we'll see. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We took some notes. I'm happy to try to address as many as we can. If there are any other questions, obviously, myself and Brenda are here and available to help provide some additional information regarding this item. So we heard a lot about kind of the timeline, the direction that the Councilman Loa, you had provided when we passed this, or Council adopted this back in March, was to bring something back within a 90-day period and have some language. Staff, the morning after, I was on the phone making calls and reaching out to start that process. There was constant communication in terms of emails and phone calls to try to get the information that we needed in order to really evaluate and to move forward. And it took them some time to put that together. But we continue to push. We continue to try to get this information, and as one of the speakers mentioned, it was finally in September that they got us the information that we needed. So at least 6 months time that passed before staff had something to really look at and evaluate to do it. Not to toot our own horn, but planning is a very complicated deal, and any changes that we make potentially have consequences on the rest of our zoning ordinance or development as they happen. So we want to be deliberate in terms of the evaluation and what we do. Although this item, in terms of the distance separation, I heard that mentioned a couple times, isn't in front of you today. Just to clarify, what's in front of you are some amendments to address some issues that, like the Angelica from Miranchito would benefit and help their project to move forward. The idea is to continue to move forward and address these items as they come, but we want to be deliberate about some of these changes as they come about. When we did last meet with the coalition group a couple of weeks ago, they had asked that we not include some items that would have provided additional flexibility in terms of to address some of the things that they brought up. So, and we respectfully did, and because they wanted to make sure that all the items that they brought up, including some that are very complex, like density issues, mixed-use designations, and even questioning whether or not mixed-use designations even make sense in the city of Palmdale. We went and spent a lot of time doing research through our consultants, doing outreach, evaluating other cities and models to see what made sense, and that's how we came up with the original document, both the general plan and the zoning ordinance. So again, it takes a little bit of time to really go through and evaluate to make sure that the decisions and changes that are being presented don't unintentionally impact other projects. So we are fully committed to continue to work with the group. There probably would have been more measures to address some of the concerns tonight had the group not asked for us to remove those items. We even offered concessions in terms of the distance separation to reduce it from 500 to 300, which I think we made a little more sense. But again, that was asked to be removed because they wanted to include it as part of the other items that we're moving forward. And just to kind of show and just to help visualize, it doesn't seem like the distance separation matters on these some of these situations. But can you this picture, please? Bless you.
Sorry.
Bless you. So, again, the distance, there's reasons for this distance. We have traffic engineers that do queuing studies and evaluate different deals. For those who have had a chance to gone out there earlier today, this is the new Raising Cane's. Again, our staff does a really good job of trying to evaluate traffic and the impacts to other businesses in that area and blockages and some of those things. But you can see that this is a true impact. Can you do the next one? And although the project was designed to allow some of these uses and to accommodate dual lanes and some of these things, you can see that there really is an impact. And I don't know if the pictures necessarily do it justice, but I think we also have a little short video just to show all the cars that were lined up just to try to access one drive-through. Having multiple of these types of uses near each other has an impact. And again, we're not arguing tonight, or at least council for your consideration tonight, we're not taking up this item. But we show this more to just demonstrate the complexity that's involved in terms of some of the decisions that we make and how we have to be thoughtful in terms of not just making a change because it sounds good, but really thinking through what are the actual impacts to the project. So although it may seem like we're as I heard the term piecemealing some of these, there's items that we felt comfortable we could move forward that benefit this group. I don't think the group or anybody that spoke in opposition can truly say that the items that you're voting on tonight negatively impact their ability. It actually adds more flexibility and clarity to make sure that staff can make better decisions. So again, what you're voting, at least for what you're voting for tonight, that's what's in front of you. And again, we're absolutely committed as staff to continue that conversation and to work through that. And as we explained during our meeting, and we wanted to make sure we were very clear, is that if you want to take on things like density, it's going to take more time. It's not something that we can knock out in a week. And they agreed to be patient and work through the process in order to keep some of these items together. Things like density, again, require a general plan amendment, which again is a different process and it requires a lot of other things that needs to be evaluated as well. So I'm hoping I addressed some of the things, but we're happy to hear to answer any questions.
Ms. Alarcon.
Yes.
Has a question.
Thank you for that clarification. I've got several questions. I think first of which is my concern for the comments about non-responsiveness. You said that, we adopted the zoning code in March. You said we received from the coalition their comments and proposals in September. Can you just speak a little bit about what we did in response? They said they got nothing. Did we in fact respond? Have we done a thorough assessment of what they proposed?
Yeah, so I think we tallied up, there was 100 red lines that we had to go through throughout a 500-page document. So we went through and we did the evaluation, but as you can imagine, that did take a little time. An opportunity came up, which is what's in front of you today, to clean up some other items. And we had suggested to the group that, look, here's some of the things that I think is going to benefit you that address some of your concerns. We can include this as part of what's going forward. And that's
But we have not actually, in writing, responded to their submittal in September?
No.
Okay, that's concerning in so many ways, but moving along on substance, in terms of the comments made on behalf of Miranchito, you said that the amendments proposed tonight address those concerns. I'm unclear on how the ghost kitchen concerns are addressed in this. Can you just walk me through that?
Sure, absolutely. So one of the proposed amendments is changing allowable uses within the mixed use designation.
Right.
Right now, the commercial kitchens aren't allowed in mixed use designations because right now they're categorized as a food manufacturing. So the change that staff is proposing and Planning Commission recommended as well is to allow this types of uses with a CUP. So there's still some oversight and review to make sure that we're not bringing a 1 million square foot food processing center, but the intent is to be able to do more of these type of smaller commercial kitchen operations.
Okay. That's it for now.
Sure.
All right.
Mr. Lowe? I'm
Yes.
sorry. Austin, you'll be next.
All right, well, I have the same concern. Mr. Valencia indicated that he had spent a lot of time on doing a red line and critiquing the particular issues that this coalition is bringing forward. And that was received in September?
Yeah, it was received September 19th. We responded and let them know that staff was working on it. And then I believe it was late October, first part of November, we mentioned that here are some things that we can work with. It wasn't the full-blown response, but it was hey, look, here's a couple of items that we think we can incorporate to address some of the concerns and that we can move forward. And let us know your thoughts.
Yeah, and I want to comment that at the very beginning in March, we met, in fact, with, I believe, everybody that's here over in your area of the city. and there were some substantive discussions that were there. Now, I think that, the critique is that we're going at this piecemeal, and I understand that what you're, bringing forward is something that needs to deal with things that need to be
Other
taken care of now.
projects, yes.
And could you tell us, aside from Ms. Blanchito, what else is impacted
Sure.
if we do not adopt this?
Sure, there's other potential uses in the city to utilize for a group like the American Legion in terms of their use of a facility, in terms of allowable uses there. So there's some cleanup that's included there.
How soon are they going to be able to occupy this if we adopt it?
The lease agreement's ready to go, so they could start technically within 30 days if the ordinance
So they won't,
passes.
be- I just clarity on this point. The American Legion will not be able to occupy the facility that we just leased to them unless we adopt what you've presented today?
This is the lease, the original lease agreement was for the old Safes building. The timeline was extended in terms of when that building was gonna be ready, and they needed something more immediate. So we are working with them to have them utilize the old Parks and Rec building.
Okay. So this facilitates, I mean, that's a policy that we adopted a couple of months ago, that we do want to facilitate the American Legion to have a facility because they've been outside of a building now for a couple of years. But what else?
We also have a project on the northeast corner of 40th Street East and Palmdale Boulevard that we're working with the engineer and the developer there to get a project going that includes multiple uses. So this would also assist in some of the design issues that they need in order to make that project work.
Okay. I think the concern that's being raised, I guess it was just one meeting with all of the coalition members and staff. That was the one that was held in March.
So again, just to, I mean, I don't wanna go through the whole, but, so in March, we initially had this meeting, we took the direction, we reached out and asked for input, and we continued to push to try to get input from the group, and it took them about 3 months to get us, something. What they provided wasn't a lot of, there wasn't a lot of meat on the bone in terms of what they were really looking for. So we again requested, we need some red lines, we need something with some substance that we can really look at so we can start the evaluation process. So 3 months after that, we got those red lines, and that was in the late September.
I thought it was significant, the original meeting that I participated in.
Me too.
I know, and staff did, as well as the members. The key thing, it seems to me, to overcome some of these objections and criticisms that are being laid out here tonight, could have been alleviated perhaps with follow-up meetings in person, so that there's this dialogue that continues. I mean, I understand today we deal in the electronic age, it's digital and it's emails back and forth, but we're still human beings.
Sure.
And I heard you express that there's going to be a continuing dialogue between you and the coalition, and their issues that they raise and that they're raising, and the objections that they're raising. Lack of communication, for example, not getting notice of the planning commission when they were going to meet to address this. I mean, I think those are substantive criticisms, and they shouldn't be there. I'm sure. I mean, I know the individuals that we're talking about here, and I know that they are upstanding, credible people. So I believe all of us want assurance that their concerns that they are raising are going to be taken into account. Some of the stuff that is now, some of the items that are being included tonight do address, as I believe one of the speakers mentioned, some of the concerns, right? And what are those?
In terms of how we measure the distance as a whole, right now, the way the code is written, and would be from what we consider like lot line, property line to property line. So if I own, like some of these have, some of the group here that we're representing tonight, if there's a 20-acre parcel and they want to include multiple drive-through restaurants, let's say, on the same parcel, the intent was if there was 500 feet in between, that we'd be good to go. However, the way it reads is that it wouldn't be allowed because you have one property, so that property line is all encompassing and you have 500 feet from that point. And that's not what the intention was. So what staff did is we clarified the language that specifically for drive-through restaurants and for gas stations, that we would find a different way to measure so that there is more flexibility to fit more of those uses. Without that language, what would be required is for a project to come in, to record a parcel map, to split up the property into multiple pieces first, and then so that you have a new measuring distance to go. And that could take 6 to 8 months to go through. And again, that's not the intent. So with that language that's including tonight, we would use a menu board to menu board. Again, there's some flexibility in terms of where that menu board goes, and it would allow for multiple drive-throughs to be in, given with the given distance separation, what it is today, on one property until the project moves forward and is eventually subdivided. But we don't want that to be the reason why a project wouldn't be able to have multiple either gas stations or drive-throughs on the same lot.
And just one last question,
Sure.
Mr. Garibay. Why are we doing this in sections? Is there some public policy reason why it needs to be addressed in sort of a piecemeal approach?
It took the city many years to put together both the general plan update, which are the principles that drive the policies that drive the zoning ordinance. In a perfect world, the requests that were being asked could be all done together, but again, there's some complexities in terms of what's being asked and really understanding what the impacts are. So we're trying now, like I mentioned earlier, for like the mixed use designations. We spent a long time, and our consultants spent a long time really looking at our document, what was being proposed, what other cities were doing, density ranges, the things that seem to make sense based on our community. And so now we're trying to compress something like that into a shorter time period. So if it wasn't for that issue, I think a lot of these other items could have already been addressed. But again, there's been as the group's working together, there's obviously different interests depending on the project. And that's one piece that's kind of made this a little more complicated than it really probably should have been.
All right, so what you're saying is that the changes that are made in one area of the municipal code regarding zoning ordinances
Yes.
Has an impact or a potential impact in other
Potentially, yeah.
portions of it, and would affect the general plan as well. So we're approaching this particular item tonight because it addresses some of the concerns, but it doesn't address all of the concerns that are being raised by the coalition.
No, and as I mentioned earlier, we provided a couple of options that we thought would also be advantageous to this group. And again, reducing the distance separation, which we heard a lot about today, allowing, one of the other issues that was brought up about allowing larger retail development in mixed-use designations, we offered to make that as well an option, the measuring of the distance separations and all.
But Mr. Grabman, and I appreciate what you're saying, but it sounds like some of the criticisms regarding communication
Sure.
Are valid. I mean, you've admitted it, and that shouldn't be the case. I mean, I urge you and Ms. Perez and all of your staff to really engage in deep, meaningful, substantive discussions with the coalition and other residents and organizations that might be concerned with this, to really engage in everything that addresses their concerns. I mean, are you committed to doing that?
We hear you loud and clear. And again, after this meeting, we'll finalize the more of the markups to be able to provide them, and so that we can move forward.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Garibay.
Mr. Bishop?
All right, thank you, Mr. Garibay. That was very thorough. I know you've been spending some time working on this. I think it's a step in the right direction. We obviously have a little bit more work to do with our developers. I also want to thank you for showing that video clip of the Raising Cane's line. I actually went out there and filmed that aerial footage myself yesterday because I knew a big part of this, the sticking point on this particular item was the distance and separation with drive-throughs. So I thought it was really important to show when you have a particular tenant like a Raising Cane's, Chick-fil-A, an In-N-Out, how sensitive it can be when you have a drive-through business and the impact it makes on all the other businesses. We just have to be careful. It all depends on the end user. So I know a lot of it has to be done on a case-by-case basis. That's kind of why we're taking this slow approach to figure out what's the best, because once you develop something like an In-N-Out or Raising Cane's, that line is pretty much going to be there. And I know already yesterday we've had complaints from businesses in the mall, altercations over a parking spot, some fender benders. So there's two sides to every coin. You know, we want to exercise responsible development, but we also want to be proactive and business friendly. I'd like to volunteer myself to work with some of the developers and staff, maybe a committee with another council member to keep working forward. This isn't a set in stone. Even if we vote on this tonight, this is a living document that will keep evolving as we're a growing city with a lot of space. We still have a lot of development and building in our future. We just want to make sure we do it right. We all see the posts online where people are saying, oh, the traffic is horrible, you can't get in, you can't get out. We're just looking to avoid that, but we're not looking to stifle or hinder any development. I believe this entire council is business friendly and pro-development. We want the jobs, we want the tax revenue. But yeah, I guess that's what I'd have to say with it. But yeah, I'd like to continue. I'd like to volunteer myself. Like I said, maybe another council member, so we continue working with the developers to meet them in the middle or some kind of amicable ground, so that way their properties can still get used and we still hold the integrity and quality of life for our residents as far as our build standards go. Because you guys you drive around Palmdale, you see the difference in development in our city compared to other cities. It's noticeable.
Absolutely, and I think you bring up a good point, and oftentimes as these projects move forward, they may not know who that drive-through end user is. So we do our best to try to guess, that's not the right word, but to make a good determination in terms of how much queuing is needed for a drive-through who we don't know yet. And again, there's multiple sides of the spectrum, and again, it's hard to plan for both. So again, there isn't necessarily a one-size-fits-all. So
Right.
again, we want to make sure that we're thoughtful about what we're doing.
Finding a balance is never easy.
No.
Since Mr. Bishop made that suggestion, I met originally with him, I would volunteer as well to be on that committee.
And just to, sorry, real quick, just to clarify your point again, I should have mentioned the time that in terms of the formal response, our meeting with them in person was in our minds part of that, being responsive and talking through some of the concerns that were brought up. So again, there was no formal, like, here's the written deal, but part of that meeting, we did discuss some of the items that they were concerned about.
But you received a substantive document in September.
Yes.
Yeah, there's been opportunity for December now, I mean.
Yeah.
And you know, Mr. Valencia is an attorney, and his time is valuable, and
Sure.
He spent considerable amount of time setting that forth, so.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Olson?
Yeah, sure, and I'll try to be brief since half the audience fell asleep. To reiterate what I said earlier, I think the reason that this doesn't fully address your concerns is because we've separated that from this so that we can continue to work on that. And if you remember in March, I made the motion to approve the zoning ordinance with the direction to work with the developer groups in good faith for mutually agreeable language, right? So, yeah, the communication might be slow, but because they put forward something doesn't mean that fits in and is agreeable on our side. So we have to find that mutually agreeable. And the reason that it seems that it's piecemealed right now is because some of these updates need to be done to accommodate some other projects that are on the books. And so going back to that spirit of March. The reason I made the motion, even though you wanted it delayed, is because it would have held up other elements of the zoning ordinance, including the housing element and other things. So in that spirit, without objection from the mayor, I will make the motion again to approve this tonight with that direction to continue those conversations in good faith with the planner, because I don't want to hold up great projects like Mi Ranchito and several others that wrote in that depend on this to go forward today.
Well said, Eric. I'll go ahead and second that. I put a motion in the computer, but I'll go ahead and withdraw it and then let you.
Okay, well, we have a motion and a second on the table, but real fast, I just want to say, as an older person, the kids up here, they're all technology driven. I'm a face-to-face kind of person, so I understand where they're coming from when they want to meet face-to-face in a group. And I would like to see we facilitate more of those meetings face-to-face.
So I'm up here to give a little bit of a clarification. We did receive the zoning ordinance with their red lines in September, and the meeting we had with them in November was to go over those red lines. So yes, we have not issued written comments, but we did meet with them to talk about this. And in that meeting, we talked about the zoning ordinance amendments before you tonight. So it was a group kind of discussion of that.
I want us to be a family with everyone involved. I want us to be one Palmdale. I want us to be mutually successful
Right.
with what we're endeavoring to do here. So if we pass this ordinance tonight, I want a 100% commitment from you that you will weekly, monthly, however you guys decide to schedule it, these face-to-face meetings, or if they can't make it face-to-face, they want to do a Zoom, whatever the case may be. We've got to come together and get this ironed out. It's been lingering for a very long time, and we need to have it resolved. So we have a motion and a second on the table.
Call for
Still
the
council
question.
discussion
Oh,
though.
sorry.
Call for the question, please.
There's still council discussion. I'm allowed and entitled to ask a few more questions. May I?
Mr. Attorney? Are we allowed? What's
I'm checking our brand-new policies. I think the call of the question ends debate.
We can't call for the question before I'm allowed to speak.
I did call for the question.
I mean, come on. My questions are substantive questions. They're to respond directly to the business community. They're quick questions. We could resolve this very quickly. I'm just gonna jump in and ask my questions. Specifically, is there anything that is being proposed tonight, that is on our agenda tonight to be adopted, that directly conflicts with the red line that the business community proposed?
Directly conflicts?
Yes.
Let me.
should we ask the business community? I mean, maybe.
No, it's a complicated answer
Okay.
because, for example, we are allowing one type of drive-through use in the mixed-use zone. They requested all drive-throughs. So does it conflict? I don't know if it conflicts. If anything, I think it inches us into that right direction, but it doesn't completely 100% satisfy what they had originally requested.
Okay, and then a follow-up to that, is there anything that precludes us from moving forward with what is being proposed tonight while also working directly with the business community to substantively respond to their red line and their concerns?
Say the first part again, I'm sorry.
Is there anything that precludes us from moving forward tonight, with then continuing to move forward with the business community?
Sorry, yes, so.
There's nothing that precludes us.
We
We can
we
move
are,
forward tonight
we
and
move
continue to-
forward tonight. We'll set up a meeting tomorrow.
Yeah,
to-
and that's
to
my
meet.
third question.
And I think then, go ahead.
How
sorry.
long will it take to get a written response to their substantive red line?
We can get something out, by Monday.
By Monday. Wonderful. Thank you for getting that on the record. And I know there's a motion and a second on the floor. There's one slight, actually, 3 slight amendments that I'd like to suggest that the council at least consider in the language of what is being proposed.
Actually, in the name of time, I'd just like to pass it. I think Eric had the motion.
But
We have a
it's to-
lot of
it's-
people here
It's
for
to
public
clarify,
comment.
the language says nearest fueling station, just nearest existing, just to add the word existing. In front of nearest fueling, so nearest existing fueling pump, And then nearest existing menu board, it's a simple clarification so that
So, go ahead.
it just says nearest menu, I mean,
I want to be careful with putting existing, because some of these projects come as comprehensive developments. So if it's a proposed drive-through that we're looking at, or a comprehensive site plan that we're looking at, I just want us to be very careful with that. We have a little bit more flexibility and more room for interpretation when we don't put existing or proposed in this case.
So less is more.
okay.
All right, let's call for the question.
Doesn't want to take it, there it is.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lowe, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question of the city attorney. I'd like a clarification on the process when there is a call for the question, when there's been already substantial debate on the issue, and nothing really new comes out of any further discussion that hadn't already been discussed. Do you mind if I just finish my statement, ma'am? Could we have a clarification on the issue of calling for the question?
Under the combination new rules, the call for the question really should take precedent over any further discussion. That becomes the action before the council. You either act on that motion or deny it and have further discussion.
So the call for the question then, in order to stop the call for the question, would be a motion to continue the discussion on the matter. Is that right?
Right, and that's the prerogative of the chair, the mayor.
Very good. All right, thank you for that clarification.
So I would have to physically make a motion to continue the conversation. Okay.
That's the best for the record.
Well, I say I'd keep that in mind for the future, but, you know,
You'll get this.
I won't be here. Austin? Austin, pay attention. So, all right. So we've got that one then. Now, I believe we are at item number 9. Am I correct? Am I in the right spot here? I just want to make sure.
Mayor, could we have a brief break?
Sure. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 7:40. Thank you very much. Okay, now that we are all back, we will take a, oh, are we waiting for the city manager? Oh, sorry, she's coming.
And the city attorney.
And the city attorney. Okay, we're just gonna wait a minute more. Yeah. Gives me a chance to have another bite. There's Maryland right there. So we're only gonna wait a couple minutes more, folks. Sorry for the delay. We're just waiting on 2 more members to arrive.
City management.
Way ahead of you. Gotta find a little humor in life.
I'd call him, but his phone's right there.
Ooh, he left his phone where we could get to it? Is he joining us? He's in line. He's waiting in line. Okay, we have almost the whole crew back. Here we go. Everybody's back. Okay, so we are going to reopen this meeting, and now we are at item number 9 for non-agendized public comments. Now is the time for public participation on items not listed on the agenda. Each speaker is allotted 2 minutes total for the items not listed on the agenda. Do we have speaker cards?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
How many speaker cards do we have, City Clerk?
I counted 23.
23. I hate doing this, but in the interest of time, does the council want to?
Waited patiently for development, they can wait for us.
Okay, never mind.
Okay. First speaker.
However, time,
Mayor, Mayor, gavel the meeting to order, please. Yeah, yeah.
We're
Mayor.
gonna remain at 2 minutes, as the agenda says, and we're going to go ahead and start public comments.
And the comment should end at the expiration of the time, so that another speaker can be
Right,
accommodated.
we should start lining them up, but let's start with the lady in the wheelchair so she can go
Yes.
first.
Stephanie Maho?
And then if we can, call the next three and have them line up behind her.
Somebody help her move it down, the mic, please.
And the next in line would be Alan Morales and Maricela from Salva.
So please get in line, if they called your name.
Did they hear it? I don't know. It was a
Yeah, they
little-
did, they're getting up.
I don't think you will, but I appreciate your respect. Thank you, sir. Hello, my name is Stephanie Mayol. I have lived in this community since I was 10 years old. I am an American citizen. I grew up here. I've gone to school here. I have worked in the community since I was 17 years old. Salva has been here in this community for almost 7 years. In that time, they have helped the community, myself included. Recently, I've had to have spinal surgery, leaving me unable to work. But Salva has been there for me. They've helped feed me, my family, and have supplied me with my basic needs and my children with their basic needs. I have volunteered with Salva and have benefited as well as many at-risk families in this community. Salva isn't just for the Hispanic community, they help everyone. Not once during food distribution has Salva turned away anyone. They welcome everyone in this community from all walks of life. It does not matter their race, gender, or creed. They are welcomed and helped with open arms. I believe it would be beneficial to the community and its citizens if we are included in the distribution of funds for the community instead of wastefully spending the funds for musical roads or pretending that the funds are going towards betterment of our community. It is still unclear on how much the city council have actually spent of taxpayer dollars for your holiday banquet dinner for one night, when those funds could have gone to helping underprivileged families in our community. Before anyone complains about how Salva helps undocumented immigrants, it is their tax dollars that have been earned but will never see come tax season. But yet we all benefit from those taxes. It's easy to complain about the undocumented immigrants in this community, but ask yourself, what would you do if you didn't have the access to their hard-earned, unclaimed tax dollars? You are happy to approve and spend taxpayers' hard-earned money on frivolous, unnecessary things like musical roads, snack bars, and one-night parties to stroke your egos and pretend the best for the community. Shame on you.
Next speaker. We're calling the names first, and then when we get to the end of the cards.
Oh, shoot, sorry, apologies. Good evening. My name is Al Morales. I'm here as an associate from Salva and as my own person. I wanted to start off by thanking the City Council for allowing us to run our food distributions on Saturdays at the Yucca Neighborhood House. And I'd like to thank them for the work that they do. But despite that, I still have some grievances. At first, I don't want to talk about the reasons why we're not being included into the AV measure budget, because there's been multiple reasons thrown out why. I want to talk about the effects. I want to talk about how, due to us not being included into the budget, we're forced to either close down we're not. There's no other choice. We're being forced to close down our food distribution because just like the people we provide money to, we as well have to provide for our families, and it's a lengthy process. It's not simply bring the food to the neighborhood house and then give it out to people. it takes up paperwork, it takes up time storing the food. That's at least like 3 days of work that some people expect to be done for free. Where other services are being cut are classes for computer, English, and citizenship. Limiting these resources not only leaves families hungry, but it leaves them uneducated. This leads to crime. This leads to poverty. This leads to to all sorts of problems that just don't get resolved because people don't want their money supposedly sent to immigrants when it's being given to everybody. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Years. This country is for any language. Thank you. Buenas noches. Estoy acá en nombre de Salva.
Good evening. I am here on behalf of Salva
Y como residente del Valle del Antílope,
and as a resident of the Antelope Valley.
para que nos incluyan en el presupuesto del próximo año.
So you can include us in next year's proposal.
Gracias por facilitarnos la casita,
Thank you for letting us use the casita, the Yucca Neighborhood House,
donde tenemos la distribución de comida.
where we have the distribution, our food distribution.
Mas sin embargo, no somos los únicos en estar en la casita.
We're not the only ones using the casita.
Nosotros solo estamos una vez por semana.
We're only there once a week.
Nosotros tenemos la distribución de alimentos para la comunidad
We have our food distribution for the community,
sin dejar a ninguna raza, color o sexo afuera.
We don't leave nobody out regarding their race, color, or sex.
Y hemos sido objeto de diferentes robos en la casita comunitaria.
And we've been victims of robbery in the casita.
Han sido 3. Luego en la oficina han robado la batería de la troca.
There's been 3, and in the office, they've stolen the vehicle's battery.
Y han roto la manguera de la gasolina y quebraron un vidrio.
They broke a window and they also broke the pump to the truck.
Se ha llamado a la policía varias veces.
We have called on the police several times.
La primera vez fue en junio 17.
The first time was June 17th.
Luego en septiembre 25.
September 25th.
Luego en octubre 7
October 7th.
y octubre 19.
October 19th.
Solo en la llamada del día noviembre 7.
Only on the call for November 7th.
Sí llegó la policía y arrestó a la persona que nos estaba amenazando verbalmente.
They arrested the person that was harassing us verbal
Y nos amenazaba con una navaja.
and was threatening us with a knife.
Luego fuimos a la oficina del sheriff a tratar de agarrar el reporte
We went to the sheriff's office to try and get the report.
y dicen que no procede.
They said that they will not continue.
¿Qué tenemos que esperar? ¿Que alguien esté muerto para que proceda el reporte?
What are we waiting for? For someone to lose their life?
A la policía le han dado mucho dinero y está muy bien.
The police department has been given money and they're doing fine.
Lo malo es que cuando la comunidad los necesita, no están.
The sad part is that when we need them, they're not there.
Toda persona que se elige con un cargo político
Every person that's elected in a political charge
está en la obligación de trabajar para resolver las necesidades
is supposed to is obligated to work to resolve all our needs
y problemas de la comunidad
and problems within our community.
en base a las leyes,
Within the laws
decretos y ordenanzas.
and ordinances.
El problema es que todos llegan a su cargo a hacer lo que ellos desean y cambian todo.
The thing is that they assume charge and they forget everything,
Para favorecer solo a su grupo.
only to favor their group.
Y se olvidan lo importante,
They forget about the importance,
lo importante que es la comunidad.
which is the community.
Y solo van a... Y también quiero decir algo muy importante, que en tiempos de elecciones van a la distribución de comida a tomarse una foto para parecer que sí están ayudando a la comunidad, lo que no
If you could go ahead and name the next three speakers.
Pardon?
The next three speakers, please line up.
Adriana Gomez, Eduardo, and Felix Menendez.
Adriana Gomez. I'm a representative at Salva Organization. Today, as I stand in front of you, I want to take the time and opportunity to talk about the resources we at Salva have provided to the community, such as mental health, English classes, citizenship classes, and computer classes. The importance of the resources provided to a community cannot be overstated, as they play a crucial role in ensuring the well-being, development, and overall stability of the community. In summary, the resources provided to a community are building blocks of its well-being and resilience. Without these resources, communities may struggle to meet basic needs and face increased vulnerabilities to various challenges. Therefore, ensuring the availability and equitable distribution of resources is essential for creating thriving and sustainable communities. I also want to take the time to thank Andrea for being part of, Salva, for coming out. She has never backed down to help us out, and you are inspiration to me as a Hispanic woman, who is, fighting for the community with resources. I stay with the English classes, and, being able to see students thrive off of these classes, having them come up to us and tell us, thank you. Without these, we wouldn't know where to go. We would have to drive to the valley. We would have to drive up further to Tehachapi or Bakersfield. So I want, for you guys to please think and consider us in next year's, budget, because without this, many families are gonna be, distraught, without these resources, especially mental health. That is the biggest thing we are facing right now, especially with youth. We've been getting a lot of youth coming into our office who have struggled. So thank you for your time. And I will be translating.
Okay, I'm gonna say my speech in Spanish, and she's gonna translate everything. Okay, hola, buenas tardes a todas las personas que se encuentran aquí y a los miembros del concilio. Muchas gracias por su tiempo. Quiero empezar con mi speech diciendo que no es mentira que hemos salido, hemos acabado con esto de la pandemia, ¿verdad? Y con ello hemos traído un sinfín de problemas económicos, sociales, físicos y mentales. Hoy quiero pedirles su atención para hablar sobre la salud mental. Yeah, he's going to translate. In the end. In the end.
That's a lot to remember.
Oh, okay.
So, it is no lie that we have emerged from a pandemic, and it has attracted endless economic. It is no lie that we have emerged from a pandemic, and with it, it has attracted endless economic, social, physical, and mental problems.
No puedo hablar de estadísticas ni números porque no soy un especialista en el tema, pero de lo que puedo hablar es de que Salva brinda atención de salud mental gratuita 1 a 1.
I cannot talk about statistics and numbers because I am not a specialist on this topic, but what I can talk about is that Salva, we provide free one-to-one mental health care.
¿Saben lo alarmante del tema? En Salva hemos recibido más jóvenes y adolescentes que adultos para recibir lo que es salud mental.
Do you know what is alarming? That in Salva we receive more young people and adolescents than older adults. We adults are building very narrow and difficult paths for our future generations measured. Okay.
Estamos construyendo un camino muy estrecho y muy difícil para nuestras futuras generaciones.
We are building a path for our future generations.
La medida EB habla sobre brindar servicios psicológicos. Sin embargo, se seleccionan las organizaciones o a las personas que van a trabajar sobre ello.
Measure AV talks about providing psychological services, however, the organizations or personnel in the area of mental health are selected.
Lo que significa que no se está atendiendo eficazmente el problema. Hago un llamado a la comunidad a prestar atención a su familia y a exigir a sus representantes que trabajen de maneras más eficientes.
Which means that the problem is not being attended to efficiently. Make a call. I made a call on the community to pay full attention to their family and to demand more efficient ways from their representatives.
¿Por qué digo que el trabajo no se está haciendo eficiente? Parte de la población de Palmdale no se siente segura de solicitar servicios a la ciudad debido a problemas evidentes de confidencialidad e incluso de discriminación.
Why do I say that works is not made efficient? Part of the population of Palmdale does not feel confident in asking for any service from the city due to obvious issues of confidentiality and even discrimination.
Discriminación que reciben por parte de muchos agentes públicos, por lo que se sienten completamente seguros de solicitar recursos a organizaciones como Salva.
Which is why they feel completely confident in asking for resources from organizations like Salva.
Que proporcionamos los recursos de manera empática. Finalmente, hago un llamado a los presentes a que presten atención a su familia y a ustedes mismos. No están solos y no es de cobardes pedir ayuda. La salud mental no es un juego.
Finally, a call on those present to pay attention to your family members or yourselves. You are not alone, and it is not.
And if you could call the next three speakers behind him. Just a minute, please.
Oscar Carrasco, Marcus Alvarez, and the Palmdale Freedom Coalition.
Buenas noches, Mayor, concejales. Nuevamente nosotros acá en pie de lucha.
Once again, we are here to fight.
Yo sé de que muchos de ustedes no les gusta que nosotros vengamos a traer ruido, a hablar con ustedes.
I know many of you don't like that we bring live music or that we make chaos.
Pero en diferentes ocasiones he tratado de hablar con ustedes. A usted, Mayor, le mandé un correo electrónico. Al concejal Bishop, traté de contactarlo y me han ignorado.
In many ways, I have tried to contact the mayor and bishop. I have even sent out emails.
Con Ronda, City Manager, quedamos de tener una reunión cada mes y las han cancelado en diferentes ocasiones.
With Rhonda, city manager, we've tried to hold meetings, but they keep getting canceled.
Entonces ustedes nos obligan a venir con música. Ustedes nos obligan a traer a la gente para que ustedes puedan escuchar, no a mí, sino que a la comunidad.
So you obligate us to bring music for us to speak for ourselves, for people.
Me gustaría preguntarles cuándo ustedes van a poner atención a nuestras peticiones. Ustedes dicen de que nosotros servimos a mucha comunidad inmigrante. ¿Pusieron atención a un grupo contradictorio?
I would like to know when are you guys going to pay attention? Because you guys pay more attention to a group that is contradiction to us.
Sin embargo, yo los he visto a ustedes, a usted, Mayor, a todos ustedes, menos a Andrea, participando en reuniones con ellos, participando en diferentes actividades con ellos, pero no tienen tiempo para nosotros.
I have seen you guys go ahead and hold meetings with the Palmdale Coalition, but anytime we try to, you guys are never available.
Este no es un ataque personal con ustedes, es un ataque a las acciones que ustedes están tomando contra nuestra comunidad.
This isn't a personal attack, this is an attack with the community.
Nos sentimos no identificados con ustedes, no representados por ustedes. Sin embargo, ustedes dicen que representan y escuchan la voz del pueblo.
We don't feel represented by you guys, although you guys have said that you guys do represent us.
Yo me recuerdo en tiempo de elecciones, todos ustedes vinieron a nuestro banco de comida. Tengo la fotografía que salió en primera página en AB Press.
I remember when you guys would come to our food distribution, and I even have pictures of when you guys came and, at our food bank.
Ronda la semana pasada presentó un reporte a ustedes que nos habían dado $355,000.
Rhonda came by and with a budget of $357,000.
Allí en sus documentos van a encontrar el reporte de que el concilio nos aprobó para 2 años 355 y ella lo modificó para un año a 157.
In that contract, she modified it, and we will be only getting half of the what you guys had promised to us.
Yo le pregunté a usted, Mayor, qué autoridad tenía la City Mayor para modificar esta votación que hizo el concilio hace 2 años. La verdad, no sabemos qué es lo que ustedes piensan, qué ideas tienen con nuestra comunidad.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Me gustaría, Mayor.
I'm sorry, your time is up, sir.
I know. Me gustaría preguntarle a usted cuándo va a tener tiempo para tener una
This is why they lose credibility. I'm sorry, your time is up.
I know. Estoy aquí porque solamente aquí pueden escucharme.
Do we have security here? You're not going to destroy this council meeting.
This is my voice. It's my time.
The man behind you is his time. You're taking his time.
You don't respond my email, my text.
You're
ignoring me. You and you.
And why do you think that is, sir?
Read my email and see my text. Thank you.
The only reason why he keeps interrupting the time is because none of you want to do a meeting with him. None of you want to sit down and talk to him. So that's what he was trying to say. And the only reason why we're doing this is because none of you listen. My name is Oscar Carrasco. I'm a representative of the Salva organization. I'm here again to remind you that of an issue that demands our attention. We want you to revise the 2024 budget. We're running out of time, or else thousands of families will be left without numerous resources. Let me remind you, in 2020, we urged people to vote in local elections to pass Measure AV. And we, the people, voted for that, 68%. A lot of requires city budget planning to allocate funding to organizations, and this is on your website, who provide services such as protecting local water resources, which we do, mental health services and programs, which we do, address homelessness, which we do, support food, shelter, and other services for those who need help, update emergency communication system, improve emergency preparedness, partner with faith communities and nonprofit organizations. We do all of that. At Salva, we provide those services, including citizenship classes. And let me clarify, those are not just for, they're not for illegal immigrants. Those are for permanent residents who want to have a legal way, which you guys claim that you want, to become a citizen, okay? We have English classes for those who want to learn English because you guys get tired of the...
Sir, address your comments to the chair.
Because you guys get tired of people translating, okay? And of course, food distributions. However, the city council decided to strip our funding, and with no funds for the 2024, for the fiscal year, all these services will be discontinued from the organization. This will affect 25,000 families in Palmdale and counting. Those families include those who were called essential workers who risked their lives for all of you, quote-unquote, leaders behind that seat, okay? If you guys cared about the residents, you wouldn't remove those type of services that provide so much benefit. How do you feel threatened by criticism? How do you feel threatened by music? That makes no sense. How is that scary? We just want to demand something we want to demand justice. We pay these tax dollars. It's not fair. How do you provide
Sir?
$10 million to ineffective policing?
Your
Policing
time
are buying 3%
is up. Sir, your
to
time is up.
feed those families. 25,000 families, you can't buy 3% of 10 million? What's wrong with you? You have heart? What? You're not even elected. You're not even elected
What are our options at
by
this
our citizens. You were just appointed.
Curly?
Can you think about this? Where's your heart? We demand, we the people, we voted for this measure. We demand this measure to be reconsidered, okay? I got freedom of speech, I don't care.
Okay. We're taking a recess. We are taking a
And I can't
recess.
even get 3 minutes.
Council, let's
You get half an hour to business vote, and I can't even get 3 minutes.
We can, let's call
We
a
are taking a
recess and
recess,
perhaps
Council.
terminate the meeting.
I would like to take a break.
Right now, you should call a recess.
I'm calling a
This has been
recess. I've tried to.
disruptive. Let's step back. If it's gonna continue at that point, there's no point in the
Okay,
meeting.
let's go ahead. Let's take a break. Let's go. The meeting will be done. The meeting will be done.
Let's keep it professional, respectful. Let's keep a certain level of decorum to this meeting.
And this is why organizations lose credibility.
That's right. And there's a question that's being posed tonight over and over again. Why there's no response from individual council members? When in the past, there has been insulting remarks that are made by this organization and others that support it. So when that happens, there's a breakdown in communication and there is a lack of respect and dignity on the part of the organization that is making its demands in the fashion that you just witnessed. And by the way, I was elected. You ought to check your facts.
Okay, let's take a deep breath. Mr. Marcus Alvarez.
Thank you for educating us on how you got elected, sir. But look, we're at a threshold. And we're not reinventing the wheel on the past practices on this city of Palmdale on people who are allegedly undocumented, illegal aliens, so they say. And then it ends up by special interest groups saying citizenship matters. That's not why we're here. We're here to execute the core, clear language of the AV measure. To be inclusive to all things that lift this community. It doesn't say we're not going to lift it because you're not a citizen. It says we're going to lift it because of the things that you experience and what you bring to the table. And that is resources. Resources for white, black, undocumented, and citizens. That's the core here. And there's the battle. The establishment who does not recognize the changing of the demographics to the tune of 60-something% and growing as it relates to Latinos. Right? I'm not making this up. Look it up yourself. You are the brave leaders that can be remembered in a way that you represented everyone according to the AV measure. Because that's what we wrote. And in closure, the people that were out here today and every day during COVID and now kept working, kept paying their taxes, kept stimulating jobs and this economy regardless of their immigration status. So I say to you, be the bigger person, be the bigger body, be inclusive, because according to the sign we see out there, outside, it says, Palmdale, a place to call home. Do the right thing. Thank you.
City Attorney, can I make a comment or not?
You can give limited responses.
I just want to say that for the entirety of this council, I have never heard anyone on this council make reference to anybody's status, ever, regarding anything. I just want to make that very clear that these topics you keep bringing up, that you feel like you're being discriminated against, I have never heard those words, those terms ever come out of anybody's mouth on this council, ever. And I want to put that on record. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean to take your time. Please proceed.
Mayor, would you like me to call up the next three as well?
Oh, yes, please do.
Eugene Hernandez, Moses Padilla, and Alejandro Rubio.
Okay, I'm Rich Gallego from the Palmdale Freedom Coalition. First, I want to thank the framers of the U.S. Constitution for allowing me to speak here tonight. I'm here to speak primarily about the code of conduct that was just passed. I think it's a step in the right direction, and I appreciate that you guys have taken that step. Unfortunately, I don't think it's nearly stringent enough, and I don't think it has any teeth. Furthermore, from what I was able to read, it seems like there are consequences, or there should be consequences, when a member of the public comes up and addresses you and steps out of bounds. They can be removed. But there doesn't seem to be any consequences for one of the elected or appointed officials violating the code of conduct. That you have to understand. The optics about that are really terrible. It looks for all the world like a tiered justice system, like a double standard. It looks further like elected officials that don't want to be held accountable for their misdeeds. Now, I'm not saying that that is what you're thinking. I don't know what your minds are, but you have to understand the optics. It does not look good. It is unconscionable to have one set of rules for the public and another for elected officials. So that needs to be remedied. I hope this is only the first step that you've taken. If it stays this way, the Palmdale Freedom Coalition will draft an ordinance that includes an actual code with teeth, and we will fight you every step of the way to get it passed, and you know that we will do it. Second, and I'm not going to spend too much time on this, I just want to say, first, from all the people from Salva here tonight, I want to commend them for being part of the process. It's important that their voices be heard. I don't agree with them on pretty much anything, but it's important that they take part in the process. As far as the citizenship status, the argument that was made by PFC about Measure AV funds had only to do with the legality of it. Article 16, Section 6 of the state constitution forbids the giving of as a gift of public monies. It's that simple. Thank you very much.
Council meeting, I reviewed the minutes and I saw that one staff member by the name of Mara and Ms. Magana made a big issue, and also Mr. Loa, about abandoned shopping carts. Like it's a plague all over the city, blocking streets and etc. I spent the time since the last meeting driving around Palmdale, driving up and down Palmdale Boulevard, and searching for this so-called plague of missing shopping carts, which Mr. Loa said was hurting the big lots, costing them thousands of dollars. And I did find shopping carts in an abandoned field away from sidewalks, away from drive-ins, etc. And I think it was very insightful that Mr. Alarcon made it a point to fight for the right of old homeless people to keep their shopping cart. But I think you're missing the forest, you're missing the tree for the forest. The thing that should concern you is not to let a homeless person keep her shopping cart, but to get that homeless person housing so she could keep her possessions in a house. That is a central issue that this city council should be fighting for. And for city staff to be so frivolous as to make up an issue such as that they're so concerned about. I also saw the footage of the city council meeting last time where their reports were unspelled or had a lot of spelling errors, missing pages, etc. And it seems to me, especially today's meeting, showing that they can't even communicate with the business community, that we have a second string staff. We don't have the pros working at this city. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be translating for him. Okay, go ahead.
Buenas tardes, concejales de la ciudad de Palmdale.
Good evening, council members of the city of Palmdale.
Estoy aquí porque quiero decirles que no me siento representado por 4 de ustedes.
I want to tell you that I don't feel represented by 4 of you.
Lo cual, yo pago cada que voy a comprar, estoy pagando mis impuestos y siento que no están siendo bien distribuidos.
Every time I go shopping, I pay my taxes and I feel they're not being distributed the correct way.
¿De qué nos sirve un camino de música? ¿De qué?
What good is a musical road?
¿De qué nos sirve si ya tenemos uno que está en la ciudad de Lancaster?
We already have one in the city of Lancaster.
Entonces, mi pregunta es, ¿cuántos niños van a comer del camino de la música?
How many kids will be eating off the musical road?
¿Saben a cuántos niños les damos alimento en nuestra distribución de comida como Salva?
Do you know how many children we feed in our food distribution of Salva?
Que estoy más que seguro que el 100% de ellos son ciudadanos americanos.
And I can guarantee you the majority or most of them are citizens.
Entonces, concejales, yo les pido de favor que consideren los fondos, que seamos incluidos. No los estamos pidiendo los fondos para nosotros, se está pidiendo para la comunidad.
So I ask you to reconsider in the funds. We're not asking for us, for Salva. We're asking for the community.
Mucha de nuestra comunidad no son indocumentados, ilegales, como ustedes lo llaman.
A lot of our people that go to the food distributions, they're not illegals, like you say they are. They're just low income.
Somos a veces personas que estamos en un programa de inmigración, sea como refugiados, como tepecianos, como DACA, personas que también tenemos derecho.
We have rights as DACA, as TPS, and refugees.
Así que, concejales, es lo que tengo para ustedes y su asiento no es para siempre.
And that's what I have to say to you, and may I remind you that you won't always be sitting there.
Y quiero preguntarles si el sheriff ha recibido tanto dinero, ¿por qué nuestra inseguridad en esta ciudad? Uno no puede salir después de las 8 de la noche, 10 de la noche, porque te roban.
And I tell you, why is there such an insecurity in the city? We cannot go out after después de qué? After 8 p.m. or before.
So, lo que les pido es que realmente esos fondos se vea el cambio en la ciudad. Si lo están invirtiendo en un lugar, que se vea, que se vea. Salva se ve cada semana entregando a 300 o más familias comida.
All we want to say is, please, if you say you're for the community, please help us help the community and to be able to see the difference.
Porque son 23 millones y yo no veo el cambio en mi ciudad.
Because it's 23,000 and I'm not seeing that change within our city.
Gracias.
Thank you.
The next 3 speakers, please.
Elmer Mayorga, Jose Madera, and Erica Zaldivar with Salva.
Son 4, ¿ok? Bueno, ¿ya? Ok, pues antes de empezar quiero decirles que acerca de lo que la credibilidad, me parece irónico cómo para ustedes es más importante perder credibilidad respondiéndoles que la credibilidad que ganamos trabajando cada semana. No tienen ni idea del trabajo que hacemos y los quiero invitar a todos ustedes.
I mean, it's ironic how you mentioned credibility when you guys don't even know, well, you guys don't even acknowledge the work that we do. I want to invite you guys.
Aquí en el trabajo que nosotros hacemos, que se levanten a las 5 de la mañana, 4 días de la semana para poder llevar los recursos a la comunidad.
I would like to invite you guys to wake up at 5 in the morning to go and help to bring these resources 4 days a week to the community.
Y otra cosa,
It's ironic how the sheriff department responsibility to you guys when you guys need help, but to us they don't. They ignore us completely.
Pero continuando con mi mensaje, mi nombre es Herman Mayorga, soy residente de aquí de Palmdale y realmente no sé qué es lo que tengan ustedes en la cabeza y no sé por qué están ignorando las necesidades de la comunidad.
My name's Elmer Mayorga. I'm here. I'm not really sure what's going on in the head with you guys. I'm not sure. I'm not really understanding because you keep taking away resources from our community.
No pueden pretender que no conocen la necesidad cuando ustedes han estado en nuestra distribución de alimentos tomándose fotos.
And you can't even say that you don't know what kind of work we do because you have been at our food distribution, taking photo ops for your election campaign.
Y quiero decirles que a partir de ahora cualquier político que quiera acercarse a nosotros para tomarse la foto va a tener que estar desde los 4 días que tenemos anteriores a la distribución de comida para que vea cómo es el proceso.
And I promise in the future, when whoever wants to be, whoever is running their election campaign and they want to come to a food distribution, they have to come 4 days before to see the whole process and work with us the whole process before the day of the food distribution.
Y además quiero comentarles sobre un regalo que les dejamos allá afuera.
Let you know that we left you a little gift outside.
Es un altar en honor a todos los trabajadores que perecieron durante la pandemia, mientras muchos de ustedes estaban en sus casas esperando los estímulos y las ayudas del gobierno, a los cuales no tuvimos acceso. ¿Por qué? Porque tuvimos que trabajar para llevar comida a la mesa de todos ustedes.
That gift is an altar, an honor of people who died during the pandemic due to lack of access of resources, like everyone at home did during the pandemic. They died bringing food to their tables, working in the fields while everyone was waiting in their houses, waiting for their stimulus check.
Y ya para cerrar les quiero decir que esta no es la primera ni la última vez que vamos a estar acá, porque mientras el pueblo no tenga paz, ustedes tampoco lo van a tener.
I'd like to mention that this is not the first nor last time that we're here. If the community is not at peace, this city hall will never be at peace.
Y pues esperamos volverlos a ver.
We hope to see you soon.
That's it.
We have Maria Cruz, Brenda Zazo, and Carlos Torres.
Going once, going twice. Who's first? What was the first name?
The first name was Maria G. Cruz with Salva.
Maria Cruz, please come to the podium. What's the second name?
Brenda Zazo.
Brenda, come on up.
Good evening, everybody. I'm a community health worker. I work for the Department of Health Services, and my job is to provide services and link people to community services. And it happened lately that all the places are closing, and I always refer my people, my patients, every single day, coming from different backgrounds, different ethnicities, cultures, not only Hispanic people. I always make sure to link them to Salva, because I know that Salva is a very complex program. They have a lot of programs, so I always tell them, besides all the other resources, just make sure to go to Salva, please, because they are going to assist you with not only food, with diapers, with a lot of resources. And now I found out that for any reason, we don't know why, they are not in the budget anymore. So I don't know where to refer my people.
Saves.
So the reason why we're assuming that you are being racist is because we're assuming because we don't have a reason why we are not in the budget. We would like to know why. Is there any reason why? Because nobody knows here why. You just say no, but why? We have the right to know why. The only Hispanic person who is here is supporting us. What about anybody else? Is this really happening? Is this any bias here that why you're not supporting us? This is really shameful, because the budget comes from taxpayers. It's our money. And we trusted you to take care of our money, and you're not doing the right thing. I'm advocating for my people, my patients, but not only my people and my patients, it's the whole community. And thanks for the time.
Next speaker.
Okay, I'm gonna read the last four.
Okay, the last four, get ready to line up.
Zink,
I'm sorry?
Jason Zink, Yul Javargis, Roger Soderstedt, and Dulce Zamora.
Ready? So I came back from Arizona, Jason Zink, and this is what I read. $20 million lawsuit against the city and the county and the sheriff department because of the deputy that was killed. And then the family saying, claim is about change. And I want you to, it isn't about the money, it is about the change. When my brother died on Highway 138, it wasn't the money that all the families that died on 138. It was about change because the county wouldn't address the problem. And they started finally doing it because the city of Palmdale chartered a bus and had us all go down there to the State Transportation Commission in LA. So that's the kind of leadership we need from Palmdale. You guys shouldn't have stopped the grants for this fiscal year. That was wrong. That money should have been distributed to everybody. I've never seen a city council, my 30 years of going to these meetings, cuddle a city manager like Rhonda Perez. She needs to go. You need to stop this chaos that she causes. Can't you notice that she causes it? There's no reason for us to be here talking about giving away food. Also, Lord, you still didn't get your road, did you? Or 35th Street East and Avenue West sign, did you? Being mayor of Palmdale.
But I got a park.
That's good. But it was built too close to Avenue West, so it's kind of dangerous.
Still working on it.
Okay, LA County has a climate plan. Palmdale City has not even spoken about it, yet they have the highest per capita commuters in the whole state. But yet you guys, the city manager and her staff, did not even comment on the plan to get money from the plan. Millions, I mean talking hundreds of millions. Austin Bishop, no, I like you. I want to work with you. I want to make this a great city. And that's my whole thing. I have nothing personally against Rhonda or anybody. But I want to make this a great city. And if you're keeping me from doing that, this city, not you, but this city, and I want to do it. I know how to do it and what to do. And I want the city attorney to go on the musical road and tell me that's not, shut the hell up! And that's not a lawsuit. Shut up! Hey, next time you're people, you have the music.
Where is our security?
You're right, you're right.
Take it outside. Take it outside. Take it outside. Take it outside.
Yeah, is it enough now?
Take it outside.
His white folks. I was going to talk about my meeting with Mr. Luis Garibay about 5.5 months ago about this 500 feet setback line.
Please introduce yourself so we know.
Oh, my name is Yul Gavargis. I've been here 53 years. First thing I did when I came to the United States, I assimilated. I'm proud to say I immediately learned English, and I didn't need a translator. And double time for that. I started working in Lockheed when I was 22. I was there 20 years, and 15 years I had a nightclub. There's nothing wrong with absolutely emphasize learning the language and assimilate. Okay, now, Mr. Luis Garibay promised me that he's going to go ahead and look into that 500 feet setback line tonight. I'm glad that you're looking into it. Now, I want to apologize to Ms. Rhonda Perez because I was pushing her hard about naming the Desert Sand Park for Mr.
Brian Cluncombe rumor. I was very saddened by that, and in Clink's way. And I'm so saddened to see that family took a different way and suing two absolute innocent people, innocent entities, City of Palmdale and Sheriff Department. I mean, I can see them suing the family of that guy, lunatic who did this, because they didn't keep an eye on him, and also the institutions that they let this guy in and out of mental homes. City of Palmdale had nothing to do with it. Last thing I want to say, Adolf Hitler, Duce Mussolini, and Al Capone said, you're going to do as you're told, because I'm telling you. Look who's taking over. I've been here 52 years. I'd never, ever demanded anything from the city. You're a charity organization, more power to you. Help each other out. But you cannot go and demand other taxpayers to support your causes. That's all there is to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, for those who haven't yet joined my fan club, I'm Roger Soderstedt. But I forgot what I was going to speak about. It's been so long. Oh, no, wait, I remember. I love Mr. Curley's tie. It's great. So when city departments get up and make a presentation, I would like them to include how much is this going to cost the taxpayers. City money, not county, state, or federal. Right in the presentation so we don't have to dig through menus to find out how much this is going to cost us. And when I came here today, I was asked, why are all those people out there? And I said, well, they want our money. Well, if I bring a sound system, can I get some taxpayer money too? Thank you.
Thank you. And I like your idea of putting those numbers in, so we'll consider that.
Hi, my name is Dulce Zamora, and I've been a resident of Palmdale for the past 24 years. And I usually don't come to these things. I usually, stay in my home. But I live in the community where these people, Salva, distribute their food. And I just want to tell you guys that ever since they've been in our community, it's been a big impact. Like, they service so many people, and I understand that you guys said you guys have saves, but saves, they ask for so many requirements. Like, I get my box of food, and I take it to a family that they're immobile, and they have 7 kids, and they don't ask me for anything. I go to saves, and it's like they want my social security for a box of food. That's ridiculous, honestly. So what's the problem? Like, why can you guys be a little bit more thoughtful? Like, do you guys live in this area? Do you guys shop in this area? Do you guys, what is it you guys do? I mean, if you think about it, you guys go home probably to these mansions, to these big homes in these fancy areas, and you guys open your fridge and it's full of food, but that's not the case for the people in my community. The people in my community are lacking of resources that these places are providing for them, and you guys are not seeing that. So have you thought about what's gonna happen to all these families that depend on them? Like, yesterday I went to Sam's Club, $400 on what? Nothing. So these people don't have money sometimes to even go and buy a gallon of milk, but these people provide them that. So I think that it's important that you guys reconsider the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, I don't know of any council people here that live in a mansion, and this is really a labor of love. This is a community service. We are not full-time council people. If we have the opportunity, we have outside jobs.
If it's labor of love, then show it.
We are.
Let your community see it. Don't just sit there behind a chair and roll your eyes every time they say something.
Enough.
Because every time they say something, you have rolled your eyes.
Enough.
Especially you. Everybody here seems like they care, but you, I've been watching you the whole time.
Enough.
You have been rolling your eyes.
I have
at
not.
all of them. There's
Have
no
not.
need for that. Behave yourself. Act like you're an office.
You need to stop.
Just saying. I'm just saying.
Again, they get the respect they deserve. Next speaker.
On a different note, 1 year ago, the city of Palmdale started down a new government path. We no longer had an elected mayor, but had gone to 5 districts. While each district has an equal vote and voice, the city in general still needed a central figure to represent it. This would come in the process of selecting a rotating mayor. I was fortunate enough to be the individual to draw the district number to be the first mayor. Having attended many, many years of council meetings and witnessing some positive and some very negative conduct, I was overjoyed to see that the number drawn was District 3, Councilmember Laura Bettencott. Finally, the long-denied center seat would be hers. We have been very fortunate to have a dedicated example of a person who puts our city up front before health issues and city tragedy. Laura, as in the past, will continue to be a present example for her fellow council members and citizens of Palmdale.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Christine with the Palmdale Freedom Coalition. As Rich Gallego mentioned earlier regarding the Code of Conduct, it is a good first step. It obviously needs to be amended. Like he said, you can remove me and I have consequences, but a council member has none. So please, look into changes, amending that. I've been coming to these meetings for about, 2-3 years now. Salva has always been here complaining about money. The Constitution clearly states that taxpayer funds cannot be used for that, so it wasn't, and it was removed. And then I heard someone tonight stating that Salva actually uses city facilities for food distribution. So the city is giving Salva money. Okay? Perhaps Salva, as a nonprofit, which a lot of us have worked in nonprofits, can use half of their energy that they use going to city council meetings, that they use to use that time to actually raise funds as a nonprofit. And you know what, I just want to state that Mrs. Alarcon, you, or Councilmember Alarcon, you keep getting mentioned as the only Latina on the council. I do believe Mr. Loa is Latino. So are we differentiated? Well, actually, she's Latinx, he's Latino. So, if we're going to play that game, so I'm just stating, if you're going to be here and call racist, identify them then correctly. Thank you.
And Christine, in response, I know we're not supposed to respond and the attorney's going to kill me, but I want to make it clear that I have a sheet in front of me showing the amount. This is an approximate amount. Andrea says it's not accurate. Maybe we've given them more. But it shows that we've given them since 2020, $357,375. And it's my understanding they got over $1 million from Juan Carrillo's office.
Yeah. So when I ran the nonprofit I was on, I did not come to the city for money.
Right. There's hundreds
We
of
weren't
other
fundraised.
organizations asking us for the same thing.
I'm just going to interject since everybody's improperly interjecting. That is incorrect information, and we can delve into the details. But I've looked at that spreadsheet, and it is not accurate. There's more than less.
Go ahead, sir.
Are we done with public comment?
We are done with public comments. Thank you. Public comments are. Oh well, maybe we're not. Okay.
You do. It's funny because the code of conduct actually talks about people speaking over, and that's the second time I've heard you speak over. You spoke over Richard a little bit ago, and then just right now you wanted to really interject again. That goes against your code of conduct, which you guys now have in effect. When I was here back in August and spoke on this, Mayor, since I haven't called you that in the whole year, you actually agreed with me and said, you know, censure is just waving your finger at somebody. It has no weight whatsoever, except when those guys got unruly and should have gotten dragged out, or you know, however that can happen, right? So, a couple other things I didn't like with it would be the fact that you're like silencing the voice. It states in here that we're given 3 minutes on non-agenda items. Bishop, you already wanted to knock us down on that. Unless somewhere else in literature it states that at any time you could change the time limit for speaking. I am glad to see that there's amendment though, so we can go ahead and start working towards amendments on that. And then I have also mentioned this at least 2, if not 3 times. There's federal grant websites as well as California state websites for grant money, nonprofit organizations. It goes against the law. That's why you guys did not get any money from the city. It's illegal. And as far as taxes go, I would like to get my taxes back too, because I pay roughly over $40,000 annually and don't get anywhere near that back. So I'm just as upset with taxes as you. Thank you.
And sir, just for a point of record, we do have the legal opportunity to shorten the time if we have a lot of speakers. Yeah, we do have the right to do that.
Hi, sorry, I didn't put a speaker card because I wasn't going to speak, but I just decided I wanted to. My name is Scarlett, and I just wanted to let you know that I used to have respect for all of you, but now I only think I have respect for one. And I just wanted you to know that what is this supposed to teach me, by the way some of you are acting here tonight as a high schooler, about what's happening in the community. And yes, I'm here with also Salva and that. I really think you should support them because they do have a lot of resources and they do help immigrants. And so that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Thank you for having the courage to speak. Wait, didn't you already speak?
Yeah, I just want to point out that you called the sheriff when one of the Salva speakers went a little bit overboard, and the sheriff stood in to escort him out. But when your friend Jason Zink went crazy and threatened
As he was exiting.
you called the sheriff on him because he's white. So I think that was a great.
Don't start that. Eugene, he was walking out the door. I told him to take it outside. Public comments are now closed.
May I say something, Mayor?
Sure, I'll let you start. We'll
All right.
just go down the row.
Thank you.
I think we all have a lot to say.
I feel the need to at least bring something to everyone's attention. During the pandemic, I worked with a lot of organizations. It was a very crazy time, but Salva was one of the organizations I worked with, and I did everything I could to help them just because I knew they were doing good work in the community. During that time, at my own personal expense, I bought multiple laptop computers because Felix said he had some educational opportunities for people, so I did that. He said he needed some computers, so at my own expense, I bought those laptops for his office. In addition to that, I secured the community house to make sure we could have those food distributions at that house. I donated products for my business to make sure he had the printed materials for the events. When it came to the grant process, I was one of the deciding votes to make sure that they got the $177,000 grant. I also did participate in the food distributions, and I got there in the morning, and I didn't leave till the afternoon until we were all done, we were all packed up, everyone was good, and we locked the doors to the neighborhood house. In addition to that, people that would come to the food distribution, that would come with a shopping cart or they didn't have a means of transportation, I loaded that food into my car and then drove them to their house. So they wouldn't have to carry the heavy food all the way to their house. So I feel like it was important for me to clear the air because I have been working with a lot of community groups, one of them including Salva. So I think it's important to know that, you know, this council did support them through the pandemic, and I know Mayor Betancourt was one of those votes too in deciding they got that grant money. So that's all I wanted to say, just to at least.
Thank you, Austin. Thank you.
Mr. Lowe, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I heard some rather extreme accusations tonight. I want to remind everyone here, and I want to remind the city, all of the public, that the job of a city council is to provide municipal services, economic opportunities, and public safety to its residents without discriminating against any sector in the city. It doesn't matter whether the person is here as a resident that just arrived here yesterday from some other place or has been here for decades. It doesn't matter what the ethnicity is. It doesn't matter what the gender is. It doesn't matter. The city's obligation is to deliver municipal services to every resident in the city, and the city is doing that. I've asked the question, can anyone say that a particular part of the community, any part of the city, any particular resident, any particular demographic, any particular anything is being deprived of the obligation by the city to provide municipal services? And the answer has been no. However, tonight I heard outside rather drastic, very obscene remark about the mayor by someone that is on one of the commissions. I heard the epithet of racist out there, and I heard it in here. In all of the years that I've been on the city council, beginning in 2001 to 2005, and then again from 2018, when I was appointed, but I was elected in 2020, I have never heard the word illegal alien from any council member during all of that time. I have never heard any comment by anyone at the dais or in private that could be considered racist, that could be considered anti-Latino, anti-Mexican, anti-Chicano, anti-Asian, anti-any group, or any epithet or remark against the LGBT community. It's been the opposite. We have been trying for the longest and the hardest and with our hearts to try to make it equal to everyone in this city. I want to say, and you're shaking your head over there, pal, but you don't know anything. When Proposition 187 was proposed, I was the chairman of the committee against 187 because it discriminated against human beings that were here without documents. It discriminated against them to receive medical services. It discriminated against them to be educated, creating a situation where we would have a second-class range of citizens who could not receive education. And the people that proposed that knew it was unconstitutional when it was proposed. Eugene, you remember that, because we worked together against it. And my feelings about the whole issue hasn't changed. I do believe that the nation has to have boundaries. I do believe that the nation has to have a process to have people in here. I do believe that the immigration process is too slow. But I have never heard anyone on this council, and I've never heard anyone say that the municipal services are being denied to anyone. We're doing our job, and the epithets and the accusations and the stupidity of some of the people who spoke tonight is beyond the pale. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor, I would like to speak, thank you. I also just want to clear up some confusion on some miscommunication or misunderstanding or deliberate false narratives that have happened tonight. First of all, the comment that it is illegal to give a community organization public funds is not true. If they serve a public benefit, it is legal and allowed, and I do believe Salva serves a public benefit. That being said, I heard other false narratives, like we all live in mansions. Last week we were told we have billionaire friends. The first commenter tonight said it's easy for you to complain about the undocumented community, and that was repeated several times. Nobody on this council has ever complained about the undocumented community. There was other comments. None of you will meet with us. None of you listen to us. Felix, Oscar, correct me if I'm wrong. I have never refused to meet with you. I have met with you several times, and those conversations have been the same every time. I do not support the grant program in the form that it was because I was on the Measure AV committee when that went down. I was in the room fighting for you when that went down. 29 groups were awarded funds, and it was a disaster. Different people were lobbying for different groups that served them personally. I felt that it opened the door for corruption, and I still feel like it opens the door for corruption. So in that form, I've been consistent in saying this. I do not support that. What I have said is there are other pots of money. You do good things for this community, like mental health. In this budget, we allocated $2.2 million for mental health with the ARPA funds. I said, put in a request for those funds, and we can get you money directly. I don't think you have put in a request for those funds, but they're there. So to say that we're defunding you or keeping you away from resources, I feel is not true. You were never in the budget. You got $84,000. It says here pre-measure AV grant. That's a nice way of saying CARES Act money that was then reimbursed with Measure AV, bypassing the committee, which was a complete issue that the previous administration had did. But let's look past that real quick. $350,000 was what the application you put, right? But you put for 2 years. So you got the funding for 1 year, but then that previous council decided to stop the grant program going forward. So that's why you only got half, is because you got the 1 year funding because the previous council decided not to include the funding in the next cycle. I'm not saying that I agree with that or don't agree with that. That's just the facts of what happened. So I felt like I have been coming to you in good faith. But as I walk past, I hear shame on you. Another quote, you will never be at peace. For what? For not supporting a grant program. I support you. I've always supported you. I want to continue to support you, but it's hard to do when we're threatened and you're not asking for the money that is available. Okay, well, I think a lot of what's happening is a lack of communication and misunderstandings. Same with Salva, same with the developer community. So we got to figure that out. Yeah, we got to figure that out. Everybody has to communicate better, but there's a lot of false narratives and mistruths flying around.
And the name calling does not help anybody's cause. It's got to stop. I say that to everyone in the room at this moment.
All right, let's not have dialogue. We want to get through this meeting. Hey, we want to get through this meeting. No dialogue. Everybody's done.
Andrea would like to speak. Miss Alarcon would like to speak.
Por favor.
Miss Alarcon would like to take a moment to speak.
Escúchenme, por favor.
We are so close to being done with this meeting. Let us get it done.
Why are you yelling?
Okay, Eugene, hey.
All right, everyone, please, let's get back to the meeting.
¿Puedo hablar? ¿Sí?
Ms. Alarcon?
So I had some prepared remarks that I thought I was going to give at the end of the meeting, and I'll get to those in a second. But given that my colleagues have made some preliminary statements, I want to respond to a couple of things that were mentioned. The distinction, to be clear, between myself and Councilmember Loa is not that of my Hispanic heritage. It's that I'm out there doing the work. I'm out there distributing the food on a regular basis. I'm out there delivering blankets to the unhoused. I'm out there feeding those that are surviving in the desert. The distinction is I don't just talk the talk, I walk the walk. Two, let's not, mince words. We defunded, this council defunded, I was very clear. It was in the budget, last fiscal year, and it is not in the budget this fiscal year. That is the definition, the quintessential defunding of an organization. When we talked about the opposition to providing the funding in this fiscal year's budget was that it was for a grant program. And there was such stark opposition to the grant program. Yet, last meeting, we approved a grant program utilizing Measure AV funds.
It's not.
It was absolute.
Was not.
It says it in the agreement. These are grant funds. By accepting this grant, and it was this program is funded by Measure AV funds. So it's not. Let's not talk about we like grant programs, not like grant programs, because we're administering grant programs utilizing Measure AV funds. So let's just say what it is. And in terms of the budget, you say you support, and everybody, we're talking about. Yes, you support Salvo, and we're all out there. We all want to support this organization and others like it. But we passed the budget 6 months ago. Promises have been made and nothing has been done. It's time that we get down to work. So with that, I just want to close with this. I want to thank all of those who came tonight, and all of the members of our public who have offered public comment over the course of this past year and participated in our council meetings. You are all, everybody, democracy in action, and thank you for mentioning that earlier. And we heard you. Whether you marched with the group that's here tonight or you spoken at previous meetings, we all share one thing in common. We all want what's best for our city. We all want our city and our residents to thrive. But I submit that in order for our city to reach its full potential, we need to uplift our entire community, not leave huge segments of our population behind. I believe in divine guidance. And when we trust in the Lord, we don't often know. And we sometimes ask why things happen the way that they do. And to be honest, this past year has not been easy. I'm human. And yes, I've made mistakes. My integrity, my character, my ability as a mother have been called into question. And still, I'm here with strength and resolve because I now know why I was called to this place. I now know that this is why he led me to this city. This is why I've been brought here to serve, to be the vessel, to be the voice of those who have been unrepresented for far too long. Those who are struggling to make ends meet. Those who drive hours on end each day just to put food on their tables and keep a roof over their heads. Here to speak for those who live in the shadows, for those who have been overlooked, and those who are simply asking for their fair share. Colleagues, it's time that we set our differences aside and put the needs of our community first. Let's lend support to all segments of our city. Yes, that includes the East Side. Yes, that includes our Latino community that makes up over 60% of our city. Yes, that includes the African American community. Yes, that includes the immigrant community. And yes, that includes those who are experiencing violence in their own homes. And yes, it includes those that are struggling with mental health issues. Our kids, our deputies, are having more suicidal thoughts than ever before. Some tragically acting on them. Beautiful lives lost. Each one is one too many. We can do better for everyone in our city. We surely can do more. It's been said that a rising tide lifts all boats. In other words, when all of our residents are thriving, our city as a collective whole will thrive at its peak potential. I pray that over this holiday season, we take time to rest, rejuvenate, and reset so that we can come back next year united to serve all of the residents in all of the four corners of our city. Thank you to all of those who have supported me and who've helped me grow. And who have bestowed grace and forgiveness upon me from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Gracias. Thank you. Thank you to those of you who have given in your own way to serve this city this past year, whether it be by volunteering for community organizations, by maintaining our infrastructure, our public works folks, by keeping our community safe, law enforcement, our first responders, by lending a hand, those that lend a hand to help veterans or those surviving in our desert, whether it be by teaching our kids, treating our sick, praying for our military overseas, or just by being a good neighbor. Thank you to each and every one of you. Thank you, Mayor Betancourt, for your service this past year. Thank you for nominating me to serve as the first female, the first Latina Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Palmdale. It has been an honor to serve alongside you. Mayor Bishop, congratulations. I very much look forward to your leadership. To my colleagues, all city personnel, law enforcement and first responders, and to all of our beautifully diverse residents, I wish each and every one of you a safe and happy holiday. Feliz Navidad a todos. Muchas gracias.
I just want to comment that I have dedicated my life, and I mean since the time I was in junior high school, to advancing the community that has been spoken about tonight. And this has been done in many ways. And when I became an attorney, my first job was in legal aid. And then the law offices that I have been in the working class communities. I could have been in Malibu. I could have gone to Beverly Hills. I could have gone to any affluent place. But I didn't. I chose to be in the area where the working class is. And that is not a practice that's going to make you rich, because it isn't. Then I started working for the alternate defense counsel that represents, or represented when it was in existence, indigent persons accused of crimes. From infractions to misdemeanors to felonies to very, very difficult criminal actions. When the alternate defense counsel was substituted by the alternate public defender, I did the same kind of work. Many of them being Latinos accused of crime, which required that I do the utmost to do passionately to represent the interests of those persons accused, oftentimes against police, which I support. But it doesn't prevent me from representing those persons to the utmost of my ability. I was appointed by Governor Schwarzenegger to the Board of Prison Terms, having to do with whether someone should be released from parole because they're doing a life sentence. I try to do that job with as much distinction to preserve the interest of the person's rights to freedom to be returned to the community, balanced against the safety of the community, including the Latino community. So I have been talking and walking the talk. Just because I don't particularly go to a particular food distribution doesn't mean that I'm not there for the community. And again, I want to say, the purpose of the city of Palmdale and every municipality in the state of California and every county government and the state of California itself, but particularly in my interest, is that we provide municipal services to everyone in the city. And it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to provide a particular organization with money. And I'd like to know, well, I'll speak to you, Ms. Perez, about some of the parameters of the contract that was presented to us tonight. So anyway, I'm not budging. I'm not budging. I've been serving. And just because you don't agree with me politically, some people say that I'm not a Latino because I'm not agreeing to the policies of a particular party. I am concerned with representing the entire community, all of it. Thank you.
I want to thank everyone for coming out. I think we've had a fruitful discussion tonight, and this is how we move our city forward. It's past 9 o'clock on a weeknight, and we're all here because we care about the city of Palmdale and the people in it. So I just want to thank everyone for coming out, all the comments, and the council for allowing this fruitful discussion. So thank you very much. If that's it,
One last sentence. Since you guys went twice, I just want to end on this because you brought it up again. We're not asking, or I'm not asking, I don't know that the community is asking that you go out, that every council member go out and volunteer. But you've got to vote on this council. You can speak your support from this dais. During budget time, the vote was 4-1. Before the budget vote was taken, I specifically said, if you vote to support this budget as presented without any amendments, you will be defunding. And I listed out the organizations. Subsequent to that, there were promises made, nothing's happened. 6 months in, enough is enough. If you guys really do support this community and these organizations and these services that they're providing, we can take action. We very well, the mid-year review, the mid-year budget review is going to be presented to us a very short order. I think it might be late January or early February. We could put some funding for these organizations in that immediately. We can take action. So it's not about going, I love doing it. I do it. It's a labor of love for me to go out and volunteer. And it's not everybody's thing, and I respect that. You don't have to go out there and physically distribute food or physically hand out a blanket. But you have the power to make an impact and to show your support by virtue of your vote. And we can do that during the mid-year review. Thank you.
Move the agenda.
So, I'm sorry, go
Hold
ahead.
on, if we're all speaking twice,
Sure.
then I'll go again.
I'm gonna jump in and at least be able to speak once, just give me a chance. You go right ahead.
There were 29 groups in that Measure AV award. Right, but you were saying because they were in the budget last year and they're not in the budget this year, they've been defunded. That is a false narrative. Nobody is saying no more money for Salva, you're defunded. There was the Measure AV grants that you were awarded, then there wasn't Measure AV grants. That's not defunding. We didn't defund the wolf rescue. They just weren't awarded grants again. There is money available now in this budget. Ask for it.
Maybe move the agenda.
So,
Yeah, put in the proposal. Nobody's saying no. We were saying no to the grant program. That is not defunding.
I just want to say that it's been a very interesting year. And for those that doubt my loyalty to this city or my love for this city, I can assure you, I am giving you my last breath to support this city and the residents in this city. And I wouldn't do that if I didn't love this city and all 165,000 residents of this city. So for people to come up here and tell me that I don't love this city, they don't know me. And that's all I have to say. Moving on to item number 10. Item number 10, new business, 10.1, rotation of incumbents, 7, sorry, I can't even read, I'm so tired. 10.1, rotation of incumbents serving as mayor and mayor pro tem. Do we have a city attorney or someone to speak?
I will speak.
Thank you.
The council's previously adopted a revision to the appointment of this honor office. The mayor and mayor pro tem process is now defined by ordinance. It was adopted back in August. And it deals with appointments through numerical sequences of districts. So we are now starting with one, which is Mr. Bishop. And the ordinance then looks to the next numerical district, which is 2, as the mayor pro tem. So our 2 dignified gentlemen at the end are now pursuant to the code, and it specifies at the first meeting in December, which this is, that you get designated as mayor and mayor pro tem. You can acknowledge that. It doesn't really take, you can vote to confirm it, but it doesn't really take a vote. The code mechanically specifies you are. You have now, she's threatening you with a gavel.
I wasn't. Oh, God.
So, again, and you certainly can acknowledge, I'll say informally, but by dint of the municipal code adopted as a charter city, congratulations, gentlemen, you get the reins.
And now I'm going to actually do the ceremonial passing of the gavel to the new mayor, Austin Bishop. It is all yours, sir. Good luck. Congratulations. Mr. Loa, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you for
Congrats.
Thank you.
I can finally get some rest.
Congratulations.
Take that gavel down there. Oh, you kicked me out of my seat. That's right.
Not yet. I want to present you this.
Oh.
You want to, we should,
Okay.
you go wherever you want it. Do you
Sure,
want
we
to
can
go
go
down there?
down there.
Okay.
Thought he was gonna kick me out of my seat already.
No, we'll wait.
Wait.
Thanks for the time list. Well, I just want to personally thank Ms. Betancourt for everything she's done for the city. You've been part of our city for many, many years, and it's been a tough year, and you've had some interesting challenges this year with everything that's been presented to us. But you've done a good job, and you truly are the definition of service over self. And I really appreciate you. I respect you. I look up to you. And just your friendship, everything you've done for the city, there are no words for the amount of time and effort that Ms. Betancourt has put into the city. She's been sick with cancer, and she still shows up to the meetings. She still answers calls and returns emails. And anytime there's something wrong with the city, she's the first one to jump and act and be there as available resource. So I think this is the least we can do is present you with this plaque. So thank you very much for your years of service. And we're really looking forward to next year. There's a lot of big things on the horizon, and we're going to move forward together as a city and as one.
You guys are so trained. You know the drill.
Let's get it done.
One more minute.
Let's get it done, let's get it
Maybe
done.
2 minutes. Maybe 2 minutes.
You'll sit over here?
I gotta get my stuff out of there.
Okay. She's gonna finish. Go ahead.
Hang on. Let me turn the page here and see where we're at.
There's only one more thing.
Wait, no, I'm supposed to call for a recess.
No.
It's
No, no.
specific. It says right there.
We have one little thing to do.
Oh, okay.
Informational reports.
Okay, informational reports. Mine is listed publicly. You're welcome to read it.
All council members' reports are publicly listed except for mine, which has been transmitted electronically to the city clerk. It includes 17 events that I attended this month.
Mine's been submitted as well.
I submitted one as well.
I want cake.
Okay, so we're done with number 12. Now we're on number 13, city council announcements and requests. Everybody take a break for the holidays.
Happy holidays.
This is Palmdale. Merry Christmas. Wait, we're not done yet. And then we have item 14, that would be city manager's report.
Mayor and Council, in the last 2 weeks, we have held food vendor training in coordination with the Ventura Foundation as well as Salva. We had a family volunteer day that spanned the city and resulted in 2,500 bags for the Jolly Holiday event being stuffed for children and 200 holiday crafts given to Save Seniors. We opened the Oasis Park Playground and we had that groundbreaking. The mayor's been asking for a park in her district for 13 years, and this staff delivered it in 8 months. We celebrated the journey of hula at the Palmdale Playhouse. We had the Saves Thanksgiving basket distribution to 625 families and 2,188 individuals that enjoyed a Thanksgiving meal. We had several business watch presentations. We worked with the PAC team, Partners Against Crime, to hold public safety, multifamily housing presentations. We had holiday safety presentations that are also going on through social media. We celebrated Jolly Holiday with a tremendous attendance this past Saturday at Marie Kerr Park in the amphitheater. And this evening we celebrated the holiday lights across Palmdale that are at 3 different parks throughout our city. I'd also like to mention that we have the Palmdale School District Winter Parade happening this Saturday at the 9th at 10 a.m. It starts at Avenue S and 52nd Street East and ends at 55th Street East and Avenue R8 by Yellen Park. I'm also pleased to report that the High Desert Corridor JPA project was just awarded a $500,000 grant yesterday, as well as Brightline receiving $3 billion from Biden and the Department of Transportation.
That's billion.
Yes.
Billion.
And I'm trying to go fast because there's cake. And the Department of Transportation awarded $3.1 billion for the high-speed rail from San Francisco to LA. So all things are converging for transportation to come through our corridor, and we're very excited about that. We were approved for 2,400 units of Narcan from the state based on our efforts year to date with the outreach that we've done for fentanyl awareness. And we opened Raising Cane's, as you noticed, earlier this evening, and Luxury Perfume Outlet will be holding their grand opening on Friday, December 15th. Their ribbon cutting will be held at 6 p.m. That is the end of my report.
Okay, so then that is actually going to bring us to...
Real quick,
Oh,
I would be remiss, especially at our last meeting, if I didn't thank the staff. I think we're all very appreciative. Rhonda and the city management team, the entire city of Palmdale. We have over 300 employees, and we couldn't do it without them. It's very important for us to acknowledge the staff and the hard work they put in, because they're really the ones that are helping us execute and get the job done at the end of the day. And I am very appreciative of that, and I know the rest of my council colleagues are as well.
Thank you for that.
Thank you,
I
City
agree.
of Palmdale staff, for everything you've done this year.
And with that, this meeting is now adjourned, but I don't have a gavel, so you're going to have to do it. It's adjourned.
That was my first one.
Good job, good job.
Cake is in the back.